We're here. We're live. Hope everyone's doing well. Welcome, welcome. Oh, sorry. Had a cough all of a sudden. What a way to start. Need the finishing touches on my tea real fast before we fully get started, but I hope everyone's doing well. Put that over there. Okay. Alright, so we are currently, I believe, on day 2 of investigations. Post first part of the trial for episode 3 here. We met up with our witch wife again. Hello, witch wife. I don't remember much of what else, other than we're looking for an engineer who is a piece of shit. But, you know, what else? No. No, that's about normal for this game. What happens? Please return to his habitual duties. His habitual duties? Aurora. Do not disturb, huh? I love her. Poor Shisano-san. She looks very perplexed. I'm just doing a quick look around. No harm in that, right? Last time we were here, a lot of weird stuff going on. Ah, yes, the heavy curtains in the middle of the House of Horrors. Whatever's on the other side of them, you just know it's going to be terrifying, don't you? The sign says it's the Madame Two-Spell's special exhibit. It seems you have to pay extra to go inside. I know! Can you believe that? Pay more money. As if we haven't been scared enough already. Not my doing, Mr. Naruhodo. Yeah, don't yell at the girl. She doesn't deserve your ire. Hati. That old policeman isn't here now, obviously. I still can't believe he just happened to be on the jury, though. I'd understand that London has a population of 6 million people, and yet we get the same 10 motherfuckers on the jury every single goddamn time. It just keeps happening. You do seem to run into the same people disproportionately often, don't you? We really do need to speak with Mr. Sholmes, and I am longing to say hello again. But where is he? Y'all, what? Chisato, please. Please, you're a smart girl. You can figure this out. That goddamn motherfucker. I think you might find that he's quite nearby, actually. Oh! What are you? Indeed, my dear fellows, it is I, the world-famous great detective and waxwork, Sherlock Holmes. Oh good, she's been stunned speechless. Oh! She fainted. I was not expecting that. Chisato-san! Chisato-san! Look what you did to her. Do you feel better about yourself now, Sholmes? My most humble apologies. I thought I died and gone to eternal paradise for a moment, via London. My dear madam, allow me to make amends by offering you a tasty free deduction at some point. As long as it's not of questionable street food quality, of which his usually are, at least around us. He gets increasingly dumber. Or at least he gets a lot dumber when he's around us specifically. Oh right, he's gay. Never mind, we're good. That tracks. I don't understand. Why are you working on a waxwork here, Mr. Sholmes? Merely a secret identity, you understand? Though the case is largely solved now. Largely solved? We're talking about the waxwork abduction, I presume? Indeed we are, my good fellow. As I predicted, it was as easy as proverbial pie. There. I want some pie. Pie sounds good. Though I confess, I'm yet to partake of pie, proverbial or otherwise. Or any food so far today, for that matter. Why are you not the one fainting, then? Ah, I know that feeling well. That stomach rumble echoed around the whole museum. So, how did you manage to solve it so quickly? Ah, well, do you remember I said it was largely solved? Anyway, I simply negotiated with the culprit. I'm familiar with the so-called telephone. At this time, probably not? Oh yes, it's a most modern invention, allowing you to hold a conversation with people far away. Ha, that'll never take off. The telegram is where it's at. And the good old letter by hand lettering, whatever. In Japan, only the imperial capital and a handful of other cities are connected as yet. This morning, a telephone call was received here from the perpetrator of the abduction. As such, I was able to negotiate terms, and in the end, the waxwork was returned. That's amazing! Just between you and I, it would appear the culprit had always intended to return the stolen waxwork in any event. Oh, but I thought whoever was responsible had demanded a ransom, no? Yes, I think perhaps the ransom demand was necessary to avoid unwanted suspicion regarding the true motive. Here we go. Here we fucking go. It was returned because it was fucking used at the murder case that we're currently working on. Ha 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 ha. I know what's happening. But does that not mean your negotiating was entirely unnecessary? A fact that I must ask you to keep from Madame Tussauds at all costs. A hungry young Iris awaits my return to Baker Street, after all. Poor Iris. Doesn't she make more money than him off of her books? Now then, do I sense that you have some business with this great waxwork? Enoch Drebber. We're in the process of trying to track somebody down, though we do have a dog on the case. Oh. Yes, a man by the name of Enoch Drebber. He's the swindler who duped Professor Harebrain, and the engineer who built the kinesis machine. A swindler and an engineer. Quite the modern man. He also seems to be a conjurer of sorts too, with considerable knowledge of stage magic. We really need to locate him before the trial resumes tomorrow morning. We have so few clues to go on, that's the trouble. Do you have any good ideas? We already have a dog on the case, we don't need this man. I have no data yet. It is a capital mistake to have good ideas before one has data. If I knew something of my appearance at least, I may be in a better position to help. Yes, Trevor's appearance. Fortunately for you, however, presently I have little to occupy myself and little to fill my stomach. As soon as you find any clue, no matter how small, I shall gladly give you my thoughts on it. In other words, we're probably going to have to come back here. Mr. Sholmes, did you lie to us? My dear Mr. Norhodo, stay that piercing stare. What is this about? Last winter, when we were first on our way to Britain aboard the steamship. Your words were very clear. So then, let us unravel this mystery and discover what events led to this curious murder. You told us that it was murder, and you examined Kazuma-sama's body. Indeed, and wherein lies the problem? We met him earlier today. The victim, Kazuma Sogi. You're quite sure? He was wearing some sort of mask and was apparently suffering from amnesia. But yes, I'm quite sure. It was Kazuma-sama.
Surprise, motherfucker.
Hi, Kaden. Welcome, welcome. How you doing? You must have known at the time, Mr. Sholmes. Doing okay? Hey, I hope things get better if things aren't going well. That he wasn't actually dead. You have some explaining to do, Mr. Himbo. Well, I can only assume I was swept up in the murderous atmosphere of the moment. Are you still trying to deflect? Well, the fellow wasn't dead at all. Priceless. I don't suppose the performance would pass muster, would it, Mr. Naruhodo? Absolutely not. I can believe that the crewman present at the time made a mistake, but not you, Mr. Sholmes. I will now tell you something of the first importance, my dear fellow. Great detectives are wont to lie. It will serve you well to remember that. Please, Mr. Sholmes! Tomorrow in court, you will find yourself on the threshold of a very great mystery. For now, I'm afraid that is all I can say. I will spill all the beans to Madame Two Spells. First of all, I will marry that witch, and second of all... Oh wait, no, Kaden. I need you to see a character real fast. Welcome to... Please meet Miss Sithe, and tell me what you think of her. That too. There's definitely that. When I first saw her, I was like, she's, as you would say, she's very gender. She also has a daughter who apparently wants to dissect us, but that's neither here nor there. Kind of mean? Oh, she's definitely kind of mean. Let's see if I can talk to her, if it'll let me. So, what are you doing at the moment, Doctor? Keeping a close eyes on things so no impertinent Easterners think they can look around my office. Are there such impertinent Easterners around? How terrible. Yes, you. She doesn't mince her words, Mr. Sato. I think perhaps it's time we left. She's good. Where have I not been yet? No, we're already here. What do we do? I feel like we've been basically everywhere at this point. Do you have anything new to say? No? Oh, I'm stupid. Duh. We need to tell, Sholmes what Drebber looks like, and we have a photograph. Duh. Here, take this. Mr. Sholmes, would you cast your eyes over this photographic print? It's of Mr. Enoch Drebber, the face of the engineer we seek. Well, all Englishmen look broadly the same, of course. So looking at the photograph won't be particularly instructive. Are you alright, Mr. Sholmes? Oh, yes, forgive me. Very interesting, this. Very interesting indeed. What's wrong, Mr. Sholmes? You've turned quite pale all of a sudden. I have a suggestion, Mr. Naruhodo. Will you indulge me? Oh, well, what I mean, he's your boyfriend, he probably will. As I explained to you when you arrived, the missing waxwork has been returned. And I personally reinstalled it in the exhibit from which it was taken, behind those thick curtains. Oh, yes, the Professor exhibit, isn't it? Would you like to see it? For a mere 5 shillings. That's a special one-time-only price, you understand. What? The opportunity won't come again, I might add. Would you like to see the fruits of my labor? Didn't actually do anything, though. Like, you told us yourself it was going to be brought back regardless. Oh, well, we do have a rather pressing investigation to carry out. Perhaps we could postpone? The price is a very reasonable 5 shillings. I think you'll find it's well worth it. I have a feeling I know what the professor looks like. A very clear image, perhaps? Are you being quite serious, Mr. Sholmes? Surely you need only look at my expression to ascertain if this is seriousness or silliness. I can never tell with you. That's the point. Especially not when you're wearing the DLC outfit. Like, this does not help your situation, my dude. Very well, it couldn't hurt. Here's your 5 shillings. Gratefully received. So, the special exhibit awaits behind the curtain. I invite you to pursue it. Peruse, not pursue. Peruse it at your leisure. Yeah, boy. Well, the money's been spent, so let's go and see the special exhibit. Please look just like Drebber. Please look just like Drebber. Through those heavy curtains at last. $5 shillings we've had to pay. It doesn't seem right somehow that Mr. Sholmes slipped the money into his own pocket, does it? No. We could ask Gina to retrieve it for us, using her special skills. Pickpocketing police officers and diddling detectives. Is this what makes Britain great? Not to mention demigod prosecutors taking the law into their own hands, or chip-loving inspectors. Excuse you, it's magic, chip-loving inspectors. That thing is bottomless. Inspector Gregson comes off rather well in that list, I think. I want bottomless food. Like, able to eat whenever I'm hungry. That'd be nice. Then also never have to pay for it again. What the... Okay, hello? I have a feeling we're missing something here. Oh dear, I felt a shiver run down my spine as soon as we walked in here. Mr. Sato, I say we turn on our heels and go straight home. Via a really big confectionery. We certainly can't do that. We paid 5 shillings already. True. Actually, now I'm looking a little more closely. We've paid good money to see an exhibit that's clearly incomplete. The nerve of the great diddling detective is far more terrifying than anything else in this place. This must be what Mr. Sholmes meant when he said the case was largely solved. Be that as it may, Mr. Sholmes heavily implied there'd be a clue about the engineer here, didn't he? But where? Since we've paid 5 shillings, let's do 5 shillings worth of investigation, shall we? Yes, we will get what we paid for. Is that fear or frustration that's making Susato-sen's voice tremble? A little bit of A, a little bit of B. This must be the killer! The fiend known as the Professor! Yes, I think so. According to what Madame Tuspel said, he killed 5 victims, all of noble or royal blood. The waxwork is so lifelike, isn't it? Like all the models in this place. I know. It looks like it'd start moving at any moment, doesn't it? If only it had a head, that is. Honestly, without the head, it looks like it would move even more. Just something freaky about it, especially because it's coming out of the goddamn grave. Perhaps we should examine it in a little bit more detail. Sir? No head? So this is the condemned man. Yes, the so-called professor. Then perhaps his head was chopped off by a guillotine, but unable to find peace, he emerged from his grave as a headless ghost. Do we have to entertain such terrifying ideas, Mr. Sato? Anyway, I'm sure the model had a head once. There's a metal fitting for it, see? Then perhaps Mr. Sholmes absent-mindedly forgot to reattach it? That's an extremely absent-minded detective you're describing, isn't it? Or perhaps the thief absentmindedly forgot to include the head when they returned it to the museum? And that would be an extremely absent-minded thief. Could there have been some reason why only the head wasn't returned? Well, whatever the reason, I have a feeling, because it might look a little something like this. Anyways, it means we don't know what the face of the infamous professor looked like, do we? Oh. There's something caught just inside the convict's jacket here. It looks like a piece of broken glass. And quite a big piece too. Yo! 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 Okay. I know what happened. I think I figured it out. You were in fact here. And the hole here, you got dropped down at the same time that the wax figure was dropped from up here down into the palace. And then you quickly moved, but then for whatever reason that I don't know, you went over to where the waxwork was and was killed, or you were killed over here and then moved over there. I don't know which. Regardless, this proves that you were in fact at the stage when the waxwork was what was dropped out of the sky. Hi, wristwatch. Yes, there are ace people here. Probably several. Oh, did I not inspect this? Oh, it's broken. Hello? Ah, look here, Mrs. Sato. Oh, yes, the wood's cracked and broken a little. I suppose because it fell from such a height? Yes, from the height at which the balloon was flying down into the crystal tower below. The fall of about 30 feet, or 9 meters, leaving the man inside tragically dead, the man inside being a wax figure. The details of the wooden birdcage have been updated in the court record. Don't think there's anything else to investigate on this. Good. Okay. Right. It was here. Right. It was popped. The balloon was popped, and then it fell. It wasn't pushed out. I remember now. Out by this. Okay. It's very thick, isn't it? About 5 times thicker than normal window glazing, I'd say. Where could such a thick piece of glass have come from, I wonder? I suppose it must have been made thick to increase its strength? But why? Well, perhaps because the glass had to span a particularly wide area, such as in a big building, for example. Well, we've seen a large glass building recently, haven't we? And some of the glass was broken too. You don't mean... Exactly. The Crystal Tower at the Great Exhibition. But why would glass from the Crystal Tower be lodged inside those waxwork's jacket? It makes you think, doesn't it? I'm solving it. I'm putting the clues together. Earlier in court, we established that the kinesis experiment was a trick. And now we discover this fragment of glass here in this waxwork. Is it just a coincidence? Why would it ever be a coincidence? Like, first of all, recognize that you're in a video game already. Second of all, it's the exact same glass, so no. Who are you? This part of the exhibit is just as disturbing as the rest. It looks so real. It seems to be a young man in a white overcoat. And he has a large shovel in his hand, too. Look. Perhaps you should investigate in a little bit more detail. What's up with your glasses? Oh, hello. You have a camera on you. What's this here? Well, this would appear to be a lens in the middle, so I believe it's probably a camera. A camera? But it's so small! British technology is incredible, isn't it? I mean, what about Mr. Sholmes' skin prints? I think perhaps you should treat Mr. Sholmes' invention as exceptions to the rule. But anyway, why would the man be in a graveyard at night with a camera? He's ghost hunting, obviously. He wants to capture pictures of those spirits. I wonder, Perhaps he was trying to capture the moment a dead body came back as a ghost on film. We'll just borrow this for a little while, I think. Can we take a look at the thing and see if it's been used? By looking at the photographic plate inside the camera, we can see what picture was taken. Yes, let's go. What's a photographic plate? It's a piece of glass coated in a special emulsion that reacts to the light coming in through the lens. I believe... Damn it, I've taken history classes. I believe they were originally, like, silver plates? No, piece of glass, like... Oh, no, what am I thinking of? There weren't silver before. But yeah, this is glass, so this must be later. We're clue hunters, is what we do. If we open the cover at the back of the camera, we should find it. Let's have a look. That's right, she straight up said that. Like, there was a camera type that had silver. What was it? Oh, daguerreotype. That's right. The daguerreotype had silver, I think. I might be wrong. You should see yourself, Chisato-san. Your eyes are shining. You really do like machinery, don't you? We'll open that up in a second. But first... hello? I can't see his face very well. Can you? Perhaps if I just... Oh. Do you think you should be manhandling the exhibits, Mr. Naruhodo? I'll put it back exactly as it was. Don't worry. Pops the head off. Oops. Well, look, that button. What on earth? How can... you know? I thought... Here I was thinking that the murderer would look like Enoch Drebber. Not the victim. That's what it looks like, wristwatch. That definitely looks like Drebber. Because I also noticed the cross on the cross button on his jacket or on his shirt. Which, like, that looks a lot like the button on Drebber's lapel. But he's got the monocle, he's got the hair. I don't believe it. A black monocle. Mr. Naruhodo, is it possible that this man is... Yes. It's Enoch Drebber. But his hair's not pale. The color of his hair is different, but it's unmistakably him. Excuse me. Indeed it is. Mr. Sholmes! This man is the subject of your present hunt, I presume? I believe? Yes, that's right. Just who is this man? Why is he here in this exhibit? And why does the convict behind him have no head? The head was missing when the model was returned by the thief who stole it. What a surprise. So then the case isn't yet solved, is it? Did I not say so myself? Largely solved were my words, I believe. But I must locate the missing head, tout de suite, as Madame would say, for I'll be in grave trouble. Are you making a pun because we're standing in a graveyard? A very hungry Iris still awaits my return to Baker Street, preferably with rations. Ugh! Do you know, though? Something about this room is strange. Strange? What do you mean? Well, the displays in the House of Horrors are supposed to depict real events, are they not? Indeed they are, Mrs. Otto. Do go on. And as terrifying as they are, the scenes in the other exhibits are believable. But this one... This surely couldn't ever really have happened, could it? I think it's time I educated you a little. Hello, Punisher. Welcome. How you doing today? About the nature of the incidents involving the professor 10 years ago. Speaking of puns indeed, wristwatch. I believe I told you a little about the professor yesterday, did I not? He took the lives of 5 victims, everyone being either a member of the aristocracy or royalty. All were attacked by an enormous hunting hound and had their throats ripped from their bodies. Fun! Oh gosh, an enormous hound? How awful. You're sleepy and you got a headache? Ugh. I'm wishing you the best. After taking the life of his fifth victim, the killer was apprehended. It was a case of unprecedented magnitude in Britain, you understand. Accordingly, the professor was tried in a closed court. No members of the public were permitted. A closed court? So you mean that the professor's identity... As you surmise, my dear fellow, his identity was never made public. Naturally, he was found guilty and was summarily sentenced to death by hanging. He was buried in a grave at Lowgate Cemetery, which adjoins the rear of the prison where he had been held. However, that was not the end of the affair. Oh boy. The very night that he was buried, the convicted man came back to life. Came back to life? He clawed his way out of the ground and emerged into the moonlit graveyard. The exhibit here depicts that very scene as described by the sole witness to these chilling events. There is a witness? But of course, my dear fellow, it was none other than the young man in the white overcoat. Enoch Drebber? He saw it happen? He was probably lying. No, he definitely lying. We already know he's a con man, so I ain't gonna take him at his word. You crazy? So this is a waxwork model of Enoch Drebber. 10 years ago, the convicted professor, having been gibbeted? Who's Drebber? I mean, that happens. Like, people aren't necessarily dead. Like, their bodies, like, it happens. Like, buried alive was a real issue because, especially during this time period, the medicine wasn't quite there. So it's like, well, we're pretty sure they're dead. It's like, well, no. Their heartbeat might just be really fucking weak and slow. And then so is their breathing. It's super shallow and all that sort of stuff. So they just appear dead. Or they're pretty damn close to it. Having been gibbeted and buried, emerged from his grave in the dead of night. The sole witness to that unimaginable scene was this young man. From appearances, I would say he was about 20 years old. It's so horrifying. Scared out of his wits, the young Drebber ran to a nearby police station to report the incident. And the sheer terror of what he's seen is said to have turned his hair white overnight. That thing to make sure that, if they were buried alive, they could ring the bell on the gravekeeper. I don't remember, was that a real story or is that just like an urban legend type deal? I don't remember. Sounds real. Yes, as shown in the photograph we have of him. His hair is completely white. For the following few days, the story of what he'd seen was on every front page in the capital. The public was frantic for every last detail about the killer who'd come back to life. So, wait, if we don't know his identity, then how does the madam have a waxwork of his head that looks like him? As you've seen, an exhibit was even created here at Madame Tussauds. I can quite understand why the man's hair turned white, certainly. But what I don't understand is what Mr. Drebber was doing in the first place. In a lonely graveyard in the middle of the night. Yes, what was he up to? Attempt to recreation, maybe. But, yeah. The professor's acts of terror threw London's upper class into complete panic 10 years ago. It was a great scandal, one might say, at the very highest levels of society. Since the killer's identity was never made public, rumors abounded. After all, no killer had ever before systematically employed a dog as a weapon of murder. Yes, I can imagine the impact the case must have had. But in time, of course, the rumors abated. So too did talk of the shocking witness account of the convict who came back to life. It was forgotten, dismissed as a dubious ghost story, as a preposterous parlor tale. But why did people stop believing it? Why, simply because there was no resurrection to speak of, as was established in fact. What do you mean by no resurrection? I mean, someone says they watched a guy crawl out of a grave, they're gonna dig up the grave. Pretty simple as that. The police investigated the grave in Lowgate Cemetery and published their findings. The convict's body was found to be buried exactly where it had been found following the execution. No, but that would mean Mr. Drebber must have lied to the police and the newspaper. That would appear to be the only logical explanation, yes. The young man subsequently vanished from society and nothing has been heard of him since. Until today. It's rather striking, though, that he should resurface now, don't you think? Of course the convicted murderer couldn't really have come back to life. That's not possible. Unless, and hear me out. Now, that is actually probably the theory that's most likely to have been what happened. That he lied. But also, what if he dug him up, or didn't dig him up? What if dude wasn't in the ground, not dead, came back and Drebber pulled him out of the grave, and there was like a plan or whatever. And he would thus tell the story, the ghost story, blah blah blah. And then the police investigated, saw that it was empty, or saw that they replaced the body. I don't know which. And the police would be like, "Oh shit, he's up and moving about. Fuck." We tell everyone that nothing happened. We tell everyone that there was no ghost. He did not resurrect. He's still in his grave. We don't look like fools. Which I could believe. But this is Ace Attorney? Who the fuck knows? Anything could have happened. To be fair, ghosts are real in Ace Attorney. We know this for a fact. That was the whole premise of the final case of the third game. That fucking ghosts exist. And are sometimes evil. It happens. But Drebber's hair is unusually white, and if that really did happen overnight as a result of shock, it's hard to believe the incident was an out-and-out lie. Is that a real thing, people's hair turning white due to shock? There's a scream. Hi, Gina. Oh, what the bleeding Nora, Odo? What have you gone and done? Gina, what are you doing here? I asked Iris, and she said this is where you ought to be, So, Gina, that's so loud in the museum. Why don't you suppose I'll have you take a position as a waxwork if you're not careful? I think there might be a more pressing concern. I still have some flash powder left from 6 months ago, so... Due to stress? I understand that it can... No, it was a blank. It was flash powder. She's fine. I understand that it can turn white due to stress, but, is it my understanding that it doesn't turn white, does it? The hair itself doesn't lose... Actually, I guess it does lose color, doesn't it? It doesn't just grow out as a new color. No, I don't know. Sweet. Science. So, alright, Gina, we understand, but please, put down the gun. Sorry, I got scared. You should try being the one on the other end of the barrel. So, what brings you here, Gina? What brings me here? What do you think? Found it! We found a dodgy Co's workshop. What? You found Drebber's workshop? Enjoy the dog? Everyone please enjoy the dog. Before the dog leaves again, we don't know where it's going. Interesting. Yes, everyone please love the dog. Okay, we're gonna move on. Yep, Toby's nose took me straight there. The boss and the others are heading over there now in a drag, so come on. Here's the address. I got the boss to write it out. Thank you, Gina. We'll make our way there at once. Alright then. See you there. Jones, is everything alright? You go. Don't mind me. I'll just stay here, being still. What? I know my place. In the exhibit over there. Very well, Mr. Sholmes. Oh dear, someone is feeling sorry for himself. Let's go, Mr. Sholmes. You're coming. Your words hearten me, I must say. But if I were to shirk my duties here, Madam would have me pay monetary recompense, and Iris's dinner plate would be empty once more. Forget that! I'll pay for everything! But there's not a moment to lose, my dear fellow. I shall hail a carriage at once. No offer to share the cost for Mr. Sholmes, then. I shall gladly pay half, Mr. Naruhodo. Thank you, Susato. I can always count on you. Let's go. That's fucking what the fuck? The hell is this thing? Hello? Enoch Drebber's workshop. Another kinesis machine? Why is there a second one? That looks like... Oh! It's another super high voltage instantaneous kinesis machine. Yes, I just said that. Indeed, it would appear so. Though only a prototype, naturally. Ah, so you got here there? How did you get here before us? Gina, well done for finding this place. And in such little time, you've really worked miracles. It's Tobia is the miracle worker. Everyone boop the snoot. Please boop the snoot. Okay, everyone got their boops in. We're good? I like you lot would show up before long. No, Punisher, we're not booping with a knife. We're not doing that. Inspector? Sir? Thank you for the boop. Inspector, sir? I've never seen your face quite like this. Are you okay? Is there a bad smell? Did you eat a lemon raw? By Beast, we're trying something new. If you look down in the channel points... Oh, hold on. I forgot to... One thing I gotta do real fast. My bad. Okay. Hey, it fucking worked. Awesome. I love that that worked. Thank you, Caden. Also here, let me... There we go. Get that bonk in. Yep, forgot to reconnect that. Thank you, Caden. Yes, they're now channel points. The way that they work as well, I should have put a cooldown on them, but they work for 5 minutes, and then it'll automatically return itself. Thank you for the bonk. That one work? That one should have worked. Hold on. Why did you not work? Should be the right button. Yeah. Oh, that's why I typed it wrong. There we go. Now it's on properly. That's the only one that I messed up. What it's called. Yes. It's fun. I hope you all enjoy that. Hello, Inspector. That's one knitted brow. Looks like he's eating a lemon, not a bag of fish and chips. Inspector was just out there just constantly chowing down on those fish. So, Inspector, is there any sign of the engineer? Like testing things? That's fair. It's good. Sadly not. I didn't find a soul in here. Oh, what a shame. Well, thank you for letting us know about this place and giving us the chance to investigate it. Always be testing. That's a very good point. It's also fun. Oh yeah, she was. Yeah, QA will do that to you, among other things. According to what Gina tells me, we only found it thanks to a clue that you lot turned up. I wouldn't want to say, go to Paris with a debt of gratitude unpaid now, would I? Thank you. Anyway, if you're helping to snoop around in here, I'd get cracking. Lord Von Zarks and the forensic investigation team are on their way here as we speak. Them again. I imagine you got the picture by now. They don't take too kindly to lawyer types. Right. So then, my dear fellow, let's turn this place upside down whilst we have the chance. And you, Sholmes. Pardon? They take even less kindly to great detectives than they do to lawyers. Very droll, Gregson, very droll. But you may consider me nothing more than an inconspicuous waxwork model. Right then, let's see what we can find in here. Let's see what we got. Alright, trophy? Trophy? What's on the trophy? Oh, this appears to be most interesting. Yes, most interesting indeed, wouldn't you say? It's an impressive looking back massager, that's for sure. Fucking, that looks like it would be painful. I've no doubt if you hit your shoulders a few times with that, your aches and pains would soon go away. And probably be replaced with new ones. It's a Royal Society trophy for excellence in science. A young scientist could wish for no higher honor. Ah. Would you like a massage? No, I'm fine, thank you. That's for private times. I had no idea it was such a grand thing. I think it's becoming increasingly clear that there's much more to this Mr. Enoch Drebber than conjuring tricks. I couldn't agree more, my dear madam, whatever. And how about you, Mr. Naruhodo? Wouldn't you like to take it with you? For your tired shoulders, of course. He's not going to let that go, is he? It's curious, though, isn't it? You would expect such an important trophy to be proudly on display somewhere, not haphazardly cast aside. English gentlemen can be quite a mystery at times. That'll be very interesting to have later. What else? Ooh, plane? What on earth is this? An aeroplane, Mr. Naruhodo. One day, scientists believe it will allow humans to fly freely in the skies. Flying? Humans? Ha! Nah, never. We already have hot air balloons. Yeah. Just, oh, it's been 5 minutes. Would you look at that? I'm still kind of testing whether or not I'm going to keep the 5 minutes or not. But for now, that is what it shall be. Is that how the fucking goddamn it. Is that how the trick will be described? Is it? Sorry. Well, it's actually suspended by a thin but very strong cable, isn't it? Oh, well, this model is, yes. But a real airplane would actually fly high in the sky. While suspended from somewhere even higher in the sky, of course. Right? Because large metal objects obviously can't really stay in midair unsupported. Dad, nah, it's impossible. It'll never happen. So to you, the solution is ever taller towers? Oh, darn, I was really hoping you wouldn't let me look at that. The ladder over there. Crossbow bolts. It's a European-style quiver of arrows with steel bolts inside. Oh, do you suppose? Crossbow bolts, Liz. And just the right size for the bow you lot turned up at the exhibition grounds. In other words, yep, that's more evidence to support your theory. It all goes to show that Drebber was the one putting the strings behind the scenes of the horse calm. Yep, that's right. I'm a gay robot. Thank you, my beast. I appreciate it. Thank you. Kinesis machine? I'm sorry, Mr. Naruhodo. That machine is covered by the Special Dispensation for Scientific Equipment Act, which we've already repealed. There'd be serious repercussions if you were to examine it, from the Crown and the government. Uh-huh, sure. Repercussions. It's also, you know, not real. Well, those two don't seem to be holding back. It's quite hollow inside. No working parts or devices of deception to be seen, my dear fellow. No, this chain dropped on the floor and nothing. Not even a bone of adobe, my dear fella. My dear fella. British people are very much ruled by their own ideals, aren't they? I think that's just these two, Mr. Sato. They go at their own pace. This door doesn't want to open. Yeah, looks like it's got a pretty hefty lock on it. There's a specialist locksmith on his way over from the yard, so hands off till he gets here. With permission, Inspector, I could have that lock open in less than a minute. Well, you don't have permission, and no one's giving it to you. Gregson looked as though he really enjoyed that. It's not often he gets to tell off Sholmes like that. Good for him, I think? Iconoas? Yeah. Well, there's no sound of anybody on the other side. No, Drebber must have fled at the first sign of danger. Oh my god. Jesus Christ. Yeah, now we're just... I'm gonna take that and move on. Now, who wants to bet that a nice big Hound of the Baskerville is behind this door? Oh. Is something wrong, Mrs. Sato? Well, I thought I heard a noise from the far side of that door. Well, Gina, did you hear it too? Yeah, I heard it and all. What do you reckon, Toby? That's a good boy, he's a good boy. Oh, man the grease. Whoever's in there, open up. This is Scotland Yard. Or maybe Drebber really was on the other side of the door. Yep, nope, okay, never mind. Dog's not on that side. Oh my! Someone is in there! Ugh, there's a rotten bleeding lock. My dear Gregson, as I said only minutes ago, if only it were continenced, I could unlock that door in less than a minute. Stop putting the fish and chips in your pocket. I know they're bottomless. How greasy is that jacket of yours? Fine, I'll take the rap for it. Just get us through that blasted door. There, you may enter at will. You confuse minutes with seconds, I think. Time is of the essence, I feel. What are we waiting for? Nothing for it, I suppose. This is an emergency. There's a strong possibility that beyond that door is the engineer you all seek. Be prepared for action, my dear fellow. Yes! Oh no, we're gonna get into a fight. An Ace Attorney game? Boy, that'd be something, wouldn't it? Hey! Gang? Y'all? I'm a little bit concerned. I have concerns. What's happened in here? Why is everything upside down? Oh, you know, I was too busy focusing on the bomb. Why is everything... Look! Oh, look in the top left. Top left. There are footprints on the ceiling. I have a sneaking suspicion that this room does a rotate. Someone's playing Keep Talking and Nobody Explodes. I need to play that more at some point. And Pass Within. Rats! There ain't no one in here after all. But there must be. It was only moments ago that we heard... Oh, about wrong person. But it was only moments ago that we heard these noises. Maybe that was the sound of Drebber running away. But there's only one door into this room. Window. And no windows that could afford an escape route. The skylights are too high. Just turn into a nonary game room. The whole place just fucking rotates. What's that up there? Are they footprints on the ceiling? Below me! Whatever it is then! Nobody take that out of context. Looks like someone was trying to burn something in a hurry. Oh, that looks like A set of blueprints! To what? That Professor Airbrain's bombing machine, isn't it? Blimey! If it as it is, I mean, no need to muck about trying to investigate all that scrap metal. There's something of great interest here, too. This rope is lying on the floor at the foot of that pillar. A rope? What's significant about that? Never mind. You see, but you do not observe, Mr. Naruhodo. In other words, he could have used the rope to get out of the window. We must investigate the entire room thoroughly, and before the forensic investigation team arrive too. Hey, what's the safe over here? That's a very large safe. I don't suppose even Mr. Sholmes could open that lock. Although, if you were a thief, you could just steal the entire thing, I suppose. It's bolted to the floor to prevent exactly that sort of underhand trick, Mr. Naruhodo. Also, it probably weighs a lot. It's probably very heavy. Well then, you get to steal the floor as well, I suppose. This man. I'm sorry, but you really aren't making any sense at all. Anyway, I think we can agree that whatever is inside must be very important. And this is the balloon that, what was he, Belgian? I don't remember anymore. Fucking kid. Prince saw. That's a really lovely model. Looks just like a real flying balloon. How do I tell him that a balloon is a balloon no matter the size? I think it's probably staying aloft on the same principle as a full-size balloon using gas. A green flying balloon. It does have the hallmarks of that amazing deception at the Great Exhibition, doesn't it? Could it be that the whole thing was planned here in this very workshop? Oh, you know what? Never mind. The room doesn't rotate. Spider-Man just lives here. That's gotta be the case, right? There's no denying it, is there? There's a footprints. Yes, it would appear so. And I simply can't imagine how they came to be there. Isn't there a Susato shoot-up or something? Like a Susato takedown, I mean. I'm no Wonder Woman, Mr. Naruhodo. That would make her almost superhuman, I suppose. Almost every piece of furniture is upside down. Even Mr. Sholmes' suite is never in this much of a mess. You're in no position to comment on mess, Mr. Naruhodo. But I suppose it's not quite the same thing, is it? I mean, it's not messy in here per se, it's that everything is literally upside down. But why? That's true, looking at the ceiling, it doesn't make sense that this would be a floor. Right? There's something weird going on here. Hey, what's this red thing in the middle of the floor? Hey, Sholmes, what you got? Mr. Sholmes, have you found something? Ah, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes, in point of fact, something rather fascinating. What do you make of this? Let's see. I've never seen anything like it before. It looks like a bundle of thick cigars wrapped in... Ah! Mr. Sato, what's the matter? That's surely that's a time bomb, isn't it?
What did you say?
Time bomb? Sorry, idiot in the room. What's a time bomb, exactly? You truly are one of a kind, Mr. Naruhodo. I won't take that as a compliment. Ha! You don't know nothing, do you, Odo? You haven't got a clue what it is, either, have you, Gina? I invite you to consult a dictionary later, Mr. Naruhodo. But this particular specimen is no time bomb, though I confess it has a very similar appearance. Oh, well, thank goodness. But then, what is it? I see. So that's it. Would you care to enlighten the rest of the class, Mr. Sholmes? Goodness, Mr. Sholmes, have you seen to the heart of the matter? There are times when I consider my lot most unfair, for I'm fated never to know how it feels to flounder as you do when a puzzle presents itself. But I have learned to accept the hardships that come with being a great detective, Mrs. Soto. Here we go. I feel a great deduction coming. Oh boy. Once again, I can draw two conclusions from the scene we see before us. And the first is that the inverted nature of the furniture in this room is the work of Drebber himself.
Oh, but how could you...
And the second conclusion is that the small device on the floor here is, without question, completely genuine.
Please, Mr. Sholmes, you must explain everything. And do it incorrectly so that I can then actually do it properly afterwards.
It would be a pleasure.
I'd actually just do it right the first time so we don't have to take the time for me to redo your work. I'm okay with that too.
After all, it's a great detective's civic duty to teach Scotland Yard the finer point of the trade.
Gregson, you okay, my dude? I feel like you're gonna hurt yourself doing that.
Well, Inspector Gregson seems delighted with the idea anyway.
Oh, you deflected the inspector's glare with such fortitude there, Mr. Sholmes. Well done.
You're too kind, my dear madam. I hereby dedicate this great deduction to you. Kindly stand just there, Mr. Soto.
Oh, yes. I'd be delighted.
So, shall we begin? Once again, Herlock Sholmes is proud to present his logic and reasoning spectacular. Yes, fucking dumbass. The game is afoot.
Topic 1. Flipped furniture.
It's plain to see that this room is complete disarray.
The bed, the table and chairs, the lamp, everything is upside down.
If he had more muscles, the pose he did would look at home in JoJo's Bizarre Adventure.
Start with, or no. Actually, it's pretty close. It's not quite contortionist enough. But there are later JoJo's where they're not quite so muscly. Starting with 4, I believe? Yeah, 4. I don't remember what it's called. No. Is this Russian? JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. Fuck. I don't remember the names anymore. Whatever, moving on.
Almost as if every item in the room had, until recently, been happily positioned on the ceiling, before falling straight down onto the floor.
Every item in the room was on the ceiling? Are you suggesting that...
Indeed, the key here is gravity.
I like... This is new. This is cool. I do like this.
It would appear that technology has at last succeeded in freeing us from the great pull of the Earth.
This is the deduction I thought he would go with. It still surprises me.
But the gravity in this room was reversed and then suddenly restored to normality.
Goodness.
The inverted furniture clearly reveals the truth about the part gravity played in the whole business. I quite understand your skepticism, Mr. Soto. I, too, was incredulous at first. However, my conviction and my analysis was cemented when I observed this. An anti-gravity device, almost identical to one that featured in a dream of mine the other day, in fact.
But then why does it have a clock on it?
A most relevant question indeed. That is a timing device that controls when the gravity direction will switch.
On the one hand, look, if this were modern times, like Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney, I might believe this is possible. Because Phoenix Wright gets fucking wild. And even then, it'd be pretty difficult. In this time, in this one, Great Ace Attorney, absolutely not.
There was clearly a requirement for the engineer to be able to restore normal gravity automatically. And the commotion we heard earlier from the other side of the door was the moment that restoration occurred. Yes. The reason why everything in here has been turned upside down is because of the anti-gravity device. So we need to look no further to explain the state in which we now find this room. The direction in which gravity acts in here was reversed by Mr. Drebber.
before being restored to normality in an automatic fashion sometime later by the timer device. Yeah, nah. I have witnessed precisely this scene in a dream I once had when I fell out of bed. Sir? 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 Please stop. Topic 2. The missing engineer. Now, let us consider the next conundrum. What was our engineer friend's aim? Indubitably, the greatest clue we have to explain his actions is above our heads. Yes, how is it possible that there are footprints all the way up there on the ceiling? A question whose answer will lead us neatly to the truth, my dear madam. The reason there are footprints on the ceiling is because of the nearby skylight. Of course, Drebber's aim was singular, to escape. Actually, now that I think about it, if the room was upside down, the skylights would have been facing towards the ground and he wouldn't have been able to get out that way. So... weird. However, there's but one way into this room. Excepting the skylight, that is. Ah! By inverting the gravity in here, Drebber was able to fall conveniently to the ceiling and make his escape via the otherwise unescapable skylight, leaving his footprint behind on the way. But the ceiling in here is very high, Mr. Sholmes. If the gravity reversal was sudden, wouldn't Mr. Drebber have fallen up to the ceiling rather violently? Falling up is both scientifically and philosophically a rather interesting concept, I feel. But the man was cornered with nowhere to run, so escape through the skylight was his only option. Also, he could have, there's a pipe there, he could have just grabbed up to make sure he didn't fall. Whatever, regardless. You may recall that I found this in the room earlier, which I believe offers a solution. Oh, the rope! To reach the intended destination, what better tool than this rope? By anchoring one into the wall, the man was able to lower himself safely to the ceiling. Which explains how Drebber was able to escape this room before our arrival. He reversed the pull of gravity and fled via the skylight. And personally, I should very much like to reverse the pull of gravity again now, just for fun. Don't touch that. Don't touch the timer. Don't touch the anti-gravity device. Please don't, for the love of God. Thus concludes Herlock Sholmes' great deduction of this topsy-turvy puzzle. Uh-huh. Yes, great, good. She's just over here playing with Toby, as would we all given her situation. She's completely spellbound. Mr. Sholmes, there's just one thing that troubles me. I expect nothing less. You're destined to be troubled by just one thing for the rest of your life. The thing is such a thing actually possible? An anti-gravity device, I mean. I would say that with man's current scientific knowledge at the turn of the 20th century, it's no more possible than instantaneous kinesis. In other words, not at all. But your whole deduction hinges on it. Ah, but my dear fellow, when you have eliminated the impossible, whatever remains must be the truth. Was that actually a Sherlock Holmes quote? I don't remember anymore, even though I read those books. However improbable it may seem. Actually, I think it was. It's a marvelous line, wouldn't you agree? One of my more enduring pearls of wisdom. My diaries come up with the exact phrasing. My original was clumsy. Yes, I have a feeling I've read it in something that Mrs. Sato lent me once. Actually, there is one other thing, Mr. Sholmes. Ah, the spell's broken at last. Thank you, Mrs. Sato.
The rope you found was on the floor, wasn't it?
Indeed it was, in lonely coils near the wall.
But if Mr. Drebber had used it to escape in the way you described, wouldn't it still be tied to the wall?
Mysteries inevitably unravel in the end, as I think you'll find, do ropes. There's evidence of such. You need only look at the mystery we faced in this room, now skillfully unraveled.
That argument is as circular as the coils of rope. I think perhaps we might need to give Mr. Sholmes the usual little helping hand. I'm sure with some minor corrections, the great detective's great deduction will lead us to the truth.
Yes, you're right. And we must do it quickly, before Enoch Drebber gets too far away. If you're ready, then let us resume. Herlock Sholmes, logic and reasoning spectacular.
Course correction. Hold it, Mr. Sholmes. This is our show now. Yeah, good job, wristwatch.
It's planned to see the rooms in clean disarray.
Bed, the table, the chairs, the lamp. Everything is upside down.
Almost every item in the room had been until recently been having position on the ceiling before falling straight down to the floor. Every item in the room was on the ceiling. Are you suggesting that?
Indeed, the key here
is gravity.
I mean, yes, it is gravity, just not the way you think.
Here, the technology, blah blah blah.
Oh, no, you know what? It's a super good. How did I not see that before? Hello? Am I blind? Look at the bottom of the chair on the left. Hey, y'all. Hey, y'all. We found the safe code. Was that there last time? How did I not see that before? Was I blind, or was it actually not there? Or maybe it wasn't. Goodness. Hold on. Can we go back?
Infinite furniture, blah blah blah.
Nope. We're fixing that. To think gravity could have been reversed in this very room. I find the whole idea utterly enthralling. Only Mr. Sholmes could conceive of such an explanation. But the man himself admitted it was a scientific impossibility, so... Yes, you're quite right. We must completely discount the idea at once. Oh, that's unusually merciless of you, Mr. Sato. When you have eliminated the impossible, whatever remains must be the truth. The great detective himself said so, didn't he?
While refusing to part with his dreams of anti-gravity devices.
Yes, I suppose so.
Well, let's see if examining this topsy-turvy scene a little more closely reveals some proof that shows exactly what the gravity in this room was or wasn't doing. Let's see here. We have all this inverted furniture, but we also have this safe. Ah, look, Mr. Sato. When everything seems to be upside down in here, this safe is conspicuously the right way up.
Yes, that's true. But look more closely at the safe's feet.
Ah, that's a lot of very large bolts fixing it to the floor. Think before you speak. That's what you wanted to say, isn't it? I really put my foot in my mouth there. What'd you say? Yeah.
I certainly didn't say that.
That doesn't help us. What here breaks the laws of Sholmes' the laws of Sholmesian gravity theory? Amazing. I mean, all we have to go on is inverted furniture.
All the furniture in here is very conspicuously upside down, certainly.
Yes, it doesn't immediately put you in mind of some strange quirk of gravity, I admit.
Could it be that a mini whirlwind passed through here, do you think?
I'm not sure that's much more plausible than Mr. Sholmes' explanation.
Oh dear, saying the first thing that comes in your head isn't the way forward here, it seems. No, but good job? Having fun at least?
There's something I'm missing. What here breaks the laws of the gravity theory?
I mean... Oh, hello? How did I not see you? What are you doing here?
Excuse me? Never mind, now I don't know what's happening. But well, I was expecting to find a pretty bunch of flowers in here, that's for sure. Ah, look at that! I know, that slender little vase looks like it's about to topple any moment, but the flowers are thriving. Somehow it makes you think of the fragility of life, wouldn't you say? Now's not the time to get philosophical, Mr. Naruhodo. To be honest, Mr. Naruhodo, something else about it made a rather deeper impression on me.
Take that!
But then, if this vase is here, then ah! Thank you, Beast. Scared me. Oh, I got hit with a heavy ball too. That's why it hurt so much. The upright vase clearly reveals the truth about the part gravity played in this whole business. Upon my word, Mr. Naruhodo, you've surpassed yourself, by completely turning my argument on its head. Trying to impress your assistant here, perhaps? She's still a minor, so the answer is no. No one is trying to steal your spotlight here, Mr. Sholmes, trust me. As you rightly say, though it appears at first glance that all the furniture in the room is upside down, this unassuming slender vase is standing keenly to attention. And unlike the large safe, there is nothing affixing it to the floor. And it's the exception that breaks the rule. In short, as much as it pains me, the gravity in this room was never inverted at all. It also breaks my theory that the whole room was, turned around. My deepest sympathies for your loss. Oh, poor Mr. Sholmes. But the show must go on, so let's continue with our deductions. Now that we know that this contrivance is not in fact an anti-gravity device, there remains but one other possibility. You don't say. Someone deliberately turned over every piece of furniture in here. Which might sound obvious, but leaves one mystery very much unsolved. Namely, why would anyone choose to do that? Quite. Unnaturally, there is an explanation. Yes, the reason why everything in here has been turned upside down is because of the anti-gravity device. He's absolutely determined that this device must have something to do with it, isn't he? I'm afraid that the lure of an exciting scientific explanation is just too strong. Well, there's no doubt that somebody did this. Somebody turned all this furniture over. So whoever it was must have had a reason. I would say they were probably looking for the safe code, but I don't know, it's weird. I'm afraid nothing comes to mind at all, though. It's like, why would that be the last thing they turned over? Well, let's look around and see if the answer presents itself. Oh, would you look at that? What you got, wristwatch? Look, there's something written on the underside of this armchair. Oh, yes. Safe. 432582. Safe? As in safe and secure? As in secure lockable box, I think. Hi, Quizmaster. Be careful of falling through ceilings, that's dangerous. We don't want you to get hurt. Admittedly more likely. Oh, it is very funny though that we just found a vase. Well, there is a large safe bolted to the floor on the other side of the room, so yes. So you mean this number would let us open it? I wonder why it's written here though. That is a good question. Yeah, the vase is on the other side of the bed there, you can see it. We've already established that gravity wasn't actually reversed in here, haven't we? In other words, this isn't an anti-gravity device at all. Which makes me very curious to know what sort of device it is. But I think for now it's clear that we're looking for an answer elsewhere. It's a good thing this thing's not ticking.
Take that!
Yes, the reason why everything in here has been turned upside down is because of the safe combination. Yeah, no. We kind of already pointed out that it looks like a time bomb. And Sholmes said no. And I'm just like, I'm not convinced. Precisely. I'm relieved, Mr. Naruhodo. I had a very similar experience once, did you not? Yes, last year. When I bought a lottery ticket and noted the ticket number down on the inside cover of a book just in case. That's it. For people with forgetful souls at heart, and always make a written note of important information. Just keeping the ticket itself safe would be more sensible, I think. And what, pray, happened next, Mr. Naruhodo? When the day of the draw came around, I'd forgotten which book I'd written the number in and had to turn my rune upside down to find it. But that still doesn't explain why the bed and the dresser and everything over by the kitchen or the stove or whatever is all turned upside down before the chair. Like, what? That's it. For people are forgetful souls at heart and always forget where they've noted things down. Not if you always note things in the same place. I actually won the second prize, you know? But I couldn't remember which magazine I'd slipped the ticket into, so I had to turn it upside down. Thank you, Mr. Naruhodo, but I believe I've proved my points now. Which is that a very similar scenario is clearly unfolded in this room. Finding himself requiring access to the safe, the occupant of this room needed the combination code. He remembered that he'd written it on the underside of a piece of furniture, but forgot which one. This, yeah, definitely not Drebber, but also, this still isn't making sense to me. Leading to the state in which we now find the room. Yes, Mr. Drebber overturned all the furniture here. In a desperate hurry to locate the combination code that would unlock the safe. Can we open the safe before doing anything else? Something about this still doesn't sound right. Like, that's definitely what... whatever. Now, let us consider the next conundrum. What was our engineer friend's aim? Indubitably, the greatest clue we have to explain his actions is above our heads. Now he'd have to be quite the contortionist there, wristwatch. Yes, how is it possible there are footprints all the way up there on the ceiling? A question whose answer will lead us neatly to the truth, my dear madam. The reason there are footprints on the ceiling is because of the nearby skylight. They couldn't have... I mean... Well, if a change in the direction of gravity can't explain it, then how did those footprints get there? Yes, I feel as though that particular mystery has just become even harder to solve. I can't think of any other way to explain it at all. Oh, life was so much simpler in those halcyon days when gravity could be reversed. Ah yes, the good old days, before Isaac Newton. It was minutes ago, and those halcyon days never existed in the first place. Well, I suppose we must simply put our faith in Mr. Sholmes and observe the area in more detail. Putting our faith in Mr. Sholmes is what gets us into these situations in the first place. Why? What? Hello? I have questions. I have so many questions. This is a gas balloon, isn't it? It's tiny, but it does seem to be a real balloon. Yes, I think you're right. I think it's helium that's keeping it up. A green gas balloon. Why does it seem to ring a bell with me? If you can see, there are footprints on this balloon too. Look. Oh, yeah. Surely that's a clue, isn't it? Though what it tells us, I'm not sure. I have a question. What the fuck? It's hard to believe, but there's a shoe up there. Look! Oh, yes. And there are my footprints on this little balloon, too. Perhaps the shoe was thrown up here and came lodged, don't you think? If so, then judging from the number of footprints, it must have been thrown up several times. Why would anyone be throwing shoes up at the ceiling, though? Oh dear. That's beyond me, I'm afraid. Hey, look, there's still stuff that's upside down over here. In a way that doesn't make sense if you were to just overturn everything. Looking for a code. It looks like these are the only windows in this room. In other words, if you wanted to escape without using the door, these skylights would be the only way. Yes, that's true. But even so, and right next to the only escape route, we notice some telltale footprints. Nevertheless, as we said many times now, gravity can't explain how they got there.
But powerful springs in the soles of the man's shoe could.
Have you been having strange dreams as well, like Mr. Sholmes?
I am so confused.
Take that!
I assume it must be because of the shoes, right?
The reason there are footprints on the ceiling is because of the nearby shoe. And on closer inspection, there are clearly footprints all over the balloon as well. How do you perfectly step on the balloon, or toss it up there even, to get such a perfect footprint? How dirty is the bottom of that shoe? Are you purposely putting ink on it? In other words, the aim was never the skylight at all, but the balloon. But for what purpose? For what purpose?
A green balloon. That seems somewhat familiar data.
It was a piece of a green balloon's envelope that Mr. Naruhodo and Iris found at the scene. Well, you don't even necessarily, like, even throwing it up, it's like, how would it make such a perfect impression?
And inside the green balloon that Master Gods claims he saw above the stage when the incident occurred
was the second birdcage, the crux of the whole instantaneous kinesis deception. You mean to say, if we assume the balloon in here is a model of the one used on the day, there's a strong possibility something may be concealed inside it.
There's a shoe in there. Something our absconder was desperate to retrieve before making a hasty getaway. But the balloon's out of reach, hence why he resorts to a projectile, namely the shoe. Most probably, Drebber intended to tear a hole in the envelope by sailing it with the shoe. However, his efforts were thwarted when the shoe itself became a prisoner of those lofty heights.
Oh dear, we desperately need to examine that balloon. If only there was some way we could see inside.
You may recall that I found this in the room earlier, which I believe offers a solution.
Oh, the rope!
To reach the intended destination, what better tool than this rope?
Mr. Sholmes has managed to bring the deduction back to the rope.
Alright, I have to admit, that was clever.
So we just throw the rope up to the balloon and then pull it down to us on the ground? Which is much easier said than done, I feel. And it takes a very long time as well.
True. Perhaps we need a more surefire method. In fact, we already have one, of course, don't we?
Take that!
Hi, I want you to shoot this out of the sky. Let me fire a crossbow.
To reach the intended destination, what better tool than this crossbow?
That was found at the scene, in fact.
And in all likelihood, it belongs to Mr. Drebber. If the man had only brought it away with him that day, he could have avoided losing a shoe at such a critical time as this. So, shall we? Your curiosity is deeply stirred, no doubt, my dear fellows. What is it that young Drebber had hidden inside that balloon?
What the hell? What? It's it's the head of the prisoner. Or the professor. What the? A waxwork?
Indeed it is. A waxwork head inside a metal mask. A mask that is shut tight and fastened with a strong and quite impenetrable lock. So we can't see the face inside, that means.
Just a moment. This is the head of a waxwork model? Does that mean... Oh, goodness!
I see you've joined the dots, Mr. Sato. Excellent.
Of course! A headless waxwork model! The case of the abducted Madame Two-Spells model that you largely solved. It was only the head of the killer that was still missing.
Indeed it was, but I believe Madame Two-Spells will now have to settle her sizable account with me. This, as you have now surmised, is the head of the infamous professor.
Yes, but why is it here?
This conclusively confirms my suspicions. The man responsible for stealing the professor from Man of Two Spells and returning it to Sithe earlier today was none other than Enoch Drebber.
Yeah, we're just kind of ignoring the fact that there's a bomb there and also that we have the safe code. We're just forgetting about these things. Oh, this is incredible. Professor Harebrain's case and the Waxwork abduction are... they're inextricably linked by Enoch Drebber's workshop. Boy, yeah. What a shock. Oh no. The cases are linked. What a surprise.
Well, it appears our logical pleasure cruise has come to an end, my dear fellows. All that remains is, yes, to speak with the architect of this adventure.
The architect? On the meddling scale? Well, we're getting pretty high up there. You mean Mr. Drebber?
As it seems quite impossible that he escaped...
I think, maybe Wristwatch, I think you were right. Maybe he is in the safe.
As it seems quite impossible that he escaped via one of the skylights. Obviously, the man must still be here in the room.
What?
And his location should be abundantly clear. You simply reflect on the journey we've made together during this deduction.
Enoch Drebber is right here, somewhere in this room?
So, Mr. Naruhodo, will you do the honors?
Yes, of course. Mr. Drebber's hiding place must be...
Take that!
the large safe. I guess maybe it is big enough. That's actually a little bigger than I thought it was. Before we gained access to this back room, we heard noises from here.
Which tells us the engineer was still in the building at that point in time.
He was in fact searching for the combination to a safe.
And pressed for time, made no attempt to right the furniture that he overturned in the process. From which we can deduce that his search for the combination happened very recently indeed.
Wouldn't the two chairs be like some of the first shit he did? Your extensive knowledge of stage magic? That's fair. He is a stage magician. It's what he does.
And suddenly, Mr. Enoch Drebber is at this very moment inside the safe.
Think he's panicking in there? Or can he not hear anything? Maybe he's suffocating.
This concludes Sherlock Sholmes' great deduction of this topsy-turvy puzzle.
Well, we're gonna open it or not? Let's go. Let's go. I want to like slowly open it, peek in, say hi. Sorry to disturb you. Are we looking for Mr. Enoch Drebber?
He's not here.
Ah, sorry. I'll leave you to it. Close the safe again.
So, Mr. Naruhodo,
I don't think it's up against that wall there because there's a bookshelf.
I think it's how we ended this game of hide and seek, don't you?
By opening the safe, you mean? So it probably does have a false back. It's just a matter of he has nowhere to go, even if it does.
What else?
Let's see. The combination was 1432582. Literally just turn around and look at it as you're doing it. Like it's not that hard. I knew that. Alright then. Here goes. But it's not up, but it could be. We're about to find out. Nope. Hi there, sir. How you doing?
You found me. Oh, I'm going to give this guy quite the... I imagine he'd be... Yes, no, I don't know how to describe it, but... a rather calm, very monotone to match his monochrome nature. Looks uncomfortable. Excuse me, so I'm just going to close the door.
We can leave him in there for like an hour, see what happens to his neck.
And
Dom. That's not what that voice I was going for, but you know, whatever.
That's the appearance he's giving off, so it's fine.
Hold on. I have to process what just happened. What the fuck? What? What just happened? Alright, first of all, there are... Thank you. Thank you, Quizmaster, for the loading. Thank you, Wristwatch, for...
That's right. I'm a gay robot.
Yeah. No? I just... What? First of all, why do you have a metal arm? This is like 18... That's like late 19th century, I think? Why are you the fucking Full Metal Alchemist? Second, I thought I was the only robot allowed in this game. What? That was interesting. Let's
Right then, sir. Mr. Enoch Drebber, I presume.
His entire body just moves like a goddamn robot. Okay, okay. I'm pretty sure you're the murderer, but I'm so confused. Why did that not work? Wait. Oh, well, that one worked. Hold on. Did I save it? Or, no? It should be doing it properly. Why is it not doing it? Alright, that's fine. I'll keep an eye on the time. Did I not spell it right? No, I did. Should be fine. Everything else is working. Who knows?
Quite the conundrum.
Oh, you know what? I wonder if... No? So it should be doing that. Control Shift 2. Alright, well, whatever. I'll figure that out later.
Correct. Correct.
You'd better start talking. You tricked Professor Harebrain with that bogus machine you built. And you shall have to explain the theft of the waxwork from Madame Tussauds as well.
Whilst I would be delighted to answer your many questions, personally, I would advise that you deactivate my little parcel first.
Deactivate? Your parcel? Oh, he also tried to blow us the fuck up.
I refer, of course, to the time bomb. I left it in a most prominent position.
Ah!
Ha, ha, ha. I see. Stunned silence.
I don't have words. I don't have words for this man.
You're all getting up to die with me, then.
Oh, I don't like that smile. No! No! Mr. Shums, with only 7 seconds to spare. That was too close for comfort. I've got 1 foot in the grave already.
Are you trying to help us get a killer or get us killed?
Mr. Shums' deductions can be completely life-altering, can't they? Or life-ending in this case.
Well, my dear fellows, that was a close shave. The resemblance to an anti-gravity device is really quite startling, I must say.
Anti-gravity devices don't exist. Phew.
I wouldn't push it, Mr. Shums.
You are so interesting, and yet probably so evil. What on earth happened in here?
You found me, haven't you? No need to screw me down any further.
Stop flirting, please, for the love of God.
Everything in here is precisely what it seems. We'll be giving it a thorough going over, don't you worry, Drebber.
What fails to click with me... Just say, trust me, the VOD's being saved. It goes up on YouTube just like all the rest. Which actually, I don't think I talk about that often enough. But also, he says what fails to click with him. It's like, buddy, your whole body clicks, which is a mood, not gonna lie. Jesus Christ, Punisher. We're not doing this? Are we doing this again? If we're doing this again, I have stipulations. But no, his entire body clicks, all the joints. Trust me, that's a mood, I understand. God, fine, okay, fine. Hold on. I still have all those stupid fucking lines from y'all motherfuckers a few weeks ago. Where is it? Y'all want it in his voice? I'll fucking do it. We'll get that in a second. As how you were able to locate my workshop. That I was not expecting. Up to me. When I heard whistling from the other room, I knew it was time. When I heard whistling from the other room, I knew it was time to bolt. Asking about his hand. Why, yes, there are 3 vibrating functions. And we're moving on. Whistling? Whistling? Ah, that should have been me. That would have been me. Oh. For some reason, I woke in fine feather today. No, he's not happy. No words, just tightly squeezed chips. Poor chips. Clearly, I must have a screw loose, though, as I couldn't remember the combination for the safe. And another one loose, as I couldn't remember on which piece of furniture I'd written it down. Buddy, something tells me you've got a lot of loose screws there. Or actually, they might be too tight. The girl... Oh, the girl in the fireplace! Yes, absolutely agree, wristwatch. That's 100% what he reminds me of. That's a good point. His heart probably ticks like clockwork. I don't think it does the pop-out cuckoo thing. We also found a rope over by the wall. Yes, I had hoped to exit through the skylight, but sadly the rope was too short. So, I then set about searching for the combination code to open the safe. And burning the incriminating blueprints, don't forget. Regrettably, though, you failed to retrieve the head from the balloon among the rafters. And after that, you hid yourself inside the safe? Having first set this parcel ticking. Well, I had no intention of being nailed by the police. I'm starting to realize that there are certain words that are kind of... there are certain words that have to do with androids and robots that... Boy, the innuendos you can make with those. Got a death wish, have ya? I'm right beside it, ticking time bomb. Please, why do you suppose I chose to hide inside the safe? It's no ordinary safe. It's specially designed. A dynamite explosion wouldn't leave a scratch on it. So in fact... thank you, Quizmaster. Also, thank you, Bybeast, for clipping the stuff from Genshin last week. I saw you posted in the Discord. Thank you. So in fact, the safe was the only safe place. Precisely. But once you climbed inside, you wouldn't have been able to get out again. I invite you to look more closely. The safe is fitted with a handle on the inside,
to allow the door to be unlocked from within. Ah, so it is! I had always intended to blow this place to smithers in any case. I just wasn't expecting uninvited guests to come along and screw up my plans.
I feel like him making a pun is the one time I should give him emotion.
Dear Minister, you were planning to blow us all up.
That's right. I'm a gay robot.
No, that was unforeseen.
What do you mean?
Most people run, you see, when they see a ticking time bomb at their feet.
Ah,
I calculated the time required to retreat to a safe distance and set the device accordingly. But your seemingly endless discourse in here threw a spanner in the works.
Gregson just staring daggers into Sholmes, and you know what? Fair and deserved. Fucking idiot almost got us all killed.
Is something wrong, Gregson? Do I have something on my face, besides the usual eyes, ears, nose, and mouth?
I think we have a fairly good idea of what's been going on here now. But what about the two incidents you've evidently been involved in recently? Professor Harebrain's instantaneous kinesis experiment at the Great Exhibition, and the waxwork model you stole, which this head belongs to.
That's no ordinary head, you know. That's the head of the Professor. Clad in a mask with a lock so strong, I'm unable to open it safely to reveal the killer's identity. I've been considering carrying it around as protection.
Hello, Miss Sithe. Welcome back. 1 second, I wanted to at least finish his lines.
I've been considering carrying it around as protection, after all.
That's enough.
What's going on here, Gregson?
Thank you for the hard eyes, Quizmaster. And it actually worked this time. Yay!
I'm sure you're aware that I have sole jurisdiction to investigate here.
Yes, well. Dr. Sithe again. So the forensic investigation team are here.
And you know full well this engineer was a key witness. Why are you allowing this lawyer access to him? If Lord Strongheart knew of this, he'd be finished.
The digital spray bottle? Hey, you know what? That's fair enough. I should make that and add it to the bonk. Should. Maybe later.
You lot. Leave at once. My dear madam, there's no need for such a threatening tone, I assure you. After all, there's no way to greet an old acquaintance, is it, Dr. Sithe? Hello, Sholmes.
You got that venom to her. Which makes sense, because she's got this whole snake motif going on.
Mr. Sholmes knows Dr. Sithe? I was protecting the machine next door that's causing such a sour expression on your face. You are quite misguided. It's really nothing more than a shell. You get out.
Ooh, this fight would be getting spicy, wouldn't it?
But of course, we'll show ourselves the door. I see you haven't softened at all.
You're not wrong. That's the funny part. You're really not wrong.
Mr. Naruhodo.
Yes?
It would appear that our delightfully entertaining investigations have run their course for today.
But Mr. Sholmes!
Let us leave this place in the doctor's capable hands. I said get out, now. All of you. Your presence here is not required either, Gregson.
Understood. Well, I'll just say one thing before I head off. If it wasn't for this lawyer and his companions, I never have found this place. And the whole workshop would have been blown to bits. There is a time bomb set up in here, and this lot disarmed.
Inspector. Something giving you a chuckle, has it, Drebber? Oh, so sorry. Didn't mean to offend. You're quite right, of course. You did disarm the time bomb, didn't you? Yes, you did disarm that one.
Ah, shit. Yo, time to go!
What are you... That one? You mean...
Sayonara.
Oh, son of a... That genius motherfucker. That piece of shit. He knew they wouldn't be able to touch it because... He knew they wouldn't be able to touch it because of the... Ooh. Oh. Because of the scientific disposition thingamajig act. They weren't allowed to investigate it, and so the bomb went off. Ooh. 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 It was an hour later that we heard the news. The enormous explosion that ripped through the experimentation stage at the Great Exhibition. Professor Harebrain's invention and all its secrets were blown away forever. This son of a bitch. To be continued. Saving progress. Oh, dear lord. Insanity. So much is happening. What the fuck? Damn it, Punisher. We're moving on. Next day at the trial. October 24th, 9:11 a.m. The Old Bailey. Defendant's antechamber.
Good morning to you, Mr. Naruhodo.
Ah, good morning, Professor. Ready for today's proceedings?
I hope so. I should be. Even I, with nothing left to...
Good morning, my dear fellows.
Oh, Mr. Sholmes, you're here.
Why, naturally. A true gentleman stands shoulder to shoulder with his friends in battle at all times.
Thank you. I really appreciate it.
I'll see you later, then.
Now, Professor,
We really need you to remain calm in the courtroom today.
yes, do try your hardest not to enter the witness stand uninvited again. Yes, I will. I realize it was a mistake, but
My dear fellows, I must interject.
Oh, you're still here, Mr. Sholmes. What's the matter?
Surely you've overlooked some praise, have you not? To be cast in my direction,
Sorry, I don't follow.
Must I spell it out? I, the great Sherlock Sholmes, the greatest detective of worldwide acclamation, arose at some ungodly hour to be here now. First thing in the morning. A miracle, you must agree.
No, he doesn't. No, don't go home. Stay here. Thank you for being here. Congratulations. Good job. Go sit in the public gallery. Let's go.
Well, if I must agree, then... As you know, my sleep is quite impregnable. I was had to fully employ her full gambit of tactics. She pulled the covers off, shook me, poked both cheeks, punched me, and kicked me from the bed. Then she poured a boiling cup of her latest experimental blend on my face, and at last I was bestirred.
Oh my. Iris has been busy.
Iris doesn't have it in her to go that far. She's too nice.
I sense the spirit of a fellow scientist, one who relishes the infinite possibilities of blending tea.
I'm the one worthy of praise here, not Iris. This is my victory. Are you caught in?
Oh, Inspector Gregson. Good morning.
Gregson, my dear fellow, I become an expression of this delightfully early hour. Oh, I don't know. Maybe because I've been confronted with a grimmer expression, eh? Dear me, are you going to take that insult lying down, Professor?
Oh, what? I don't know. Poor Professor.
Anyway, here's the paperwork you asked for.
What paperwork?
Ah, I took the liberty of requesting it yesterday. I have a feeling it may prove useful. You wouldn't believe the hoops I had to jump through to get this brought out of the archives. It's the professor's autopsy report.
That mass murderers? Who killed 5 members of the aristocracy?
It was found guilty in a close trial 10 years ago now. It was all done under wraps. And it was quickly executed soon after the trial. It's all in here.
The killer's autopsy report has been entered into the court record. I don't know what to say. Thank you, Inspector. Let's start taking a look at a couple things. You know, there's a few things we haven't looked at yet. Not much to see here. I forgot to pop this open. Oh, look! The cover came open. Yes, now, there should be a glass plate inside. You have to change the plate with each new photograph you want to take, you see? Is something wrong? There's no plate. It's been removed. Ah, what a pity. But I suppose if you think about it, this wouldn't be the actual camera that was used at the time, just like the waxwork isn't the actual person. So we never found a photographic print of the executed convict coming back to life anyway. Oh, yes, you're quite right, of course. Poor Sato-san, she looks devastated. Except the fact that this camera isn't evidence means that there's definitely something going on. Hello? Is that blood? What a wonderful machine. You really love contraptions like this, don't you? Oh yes, anything mechanical I find absolutely irresistible. Almost irresistible, surely. Well, whenever I see a pocket watch, for example, I can't help myself. I simply have to take it apart. That's worrying. Yes, Father tells the time by the rumblings of his stomach now. He's given up having a watch. Poor Professor Mikotoba. Now, excuse me while I investigate the blood on the camera. Look, Mr. Naruhodo. What is it? On the bellows just here. There seem to be some very dark red stains. Yes, you're right. It looks like blood, actually. Oh yeah, no, no, wait, hold on. I'm not a robot. What are you talking about? Nothing mechanical here. Nothing weird. Please excuse that's a headpiece. This is a fashion statement. Nothing more. We're good. Looks like blood, actually. Oh my. I'm sure it's not what you're thinking. Why is there blood on this camera? Staring at me. There's a little metal plaque here, look. Fostering burgeoning talent for the future of scientific discovery. It seems rather ironic, doesn't it? Don't forget, she's like 16. But clearly Mr. Drebber really was a very talented scientist. Is that the only important information on here? Apparently, moving on. Mr. Sholmes, do you think you can open this up for us? This lock does look very strong, doesn't it? There's definitely no way you could remove the mask yourself if it was put on you. What a terrible way to treat someone, even a convicted criminal. I know. It's starting to make me livid, actually. Mr. Naruhodo, please. I mean, just think about it. Imagine if you had an itch on your cheek all of a sudden. You'd be utterly helpless. Well, yes, that's true. But I'm not sure that warrants quite so much anger. Oh, right. Sorry. Yeah, no, these things are fucked up for another reason. Name redacted for confidentiality. Pseudonym, the Professor. Death by hang confirmed at midnight, June 17th. Courtney Stevens. Yes, much obliged, Grixon. Us lonely lot of the yard let us do what we can. In the shadow of the great Detective Sholmes, of course. A little stank on it.
Well then, Professor Hairbrain, this is it. Today we're going to lay all this to rest at last. I wish you the best of luck, Professor. I suppose. He'll be in there today, will he? Drebber. Yes, we inspected the prosecution to summon him as a witness. I'm still amazed that you managed to find him in just one day.
Technically, it was only a few hours. Be even more impressed with us, thank you.
I really owe you both so much.
Counsel, I'm the defendant. The trial is about to resume. Kindly make your way into the courtroom at once.
This is it, let's fucking go.
This is it then. The final chapter. Funny,
My heart's racing a little. Actually, there's still 2 more chapters after this. Or 2 episodes, I guess, but still.
I've not felt this before, actually. This strange foreboding. As if something's going to happen in this trial that I'm not ready for.
Welcome back, Maya. Boy, shit's happened.
But I can't let that distract me from the only thing that really matters. Finding the truth.
Thank you, Stream Elements. We're still our gold currently is still for the chair, for those interested. I've already kind of thought of ideas of how to make that mech throwable, but I'm not allowing myself to work on it. It was not queer panic. It was very just confused over some weirdo. The queer panic was happening over Dr. Sithe. It was robot panic. Thank you, Quizmaster.
In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session again. We resume the public hearing of Albert Hairbrain, here present, who stands accused of murder. Are the counsels for the prosecution and defense ready to proceed?
The prosecution is ready, my lord.
Kazuma. The defense is ready, my lord. As promised, Lord Van Zykes has his apprentice with him. His apprentice was memory loss.
If I may, Lord Van Zykes.
Yes, my lord.
There appears to be someone standing at your side.
Oh, yes. My apprentice and assistant. The prosecution believes today's proceedings will see the complexity of this case rise considerably.
Definitely Kazuma. 100% Kazuma.
I therefore instructed my assistant to attend to ensure the smooth running of the trial.
Also, was it necessary? And the smooth running of liquid refreshments, by the look of it. The way he holds himself, the way he moves. It couldn't be anyone else. But he's still suffering from amnesia, so there's really nothing we can do at the moment. I know, but... oh, this is so very hard.
It would appear the prosecution has done a fine job in responding to the demands that the court made yesterday. I understand you have successfully secured the engineer who disappeared from the scene on the day in question.
Thanks to the defense counsel. By the way, I want to point that out. It is thanks to us the prosecution did jack shit.
Yes, my lord. I intend to call him as a witness shortly.
Very good, very good. Now then, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, who have been chosen at random to represent the will of the people in this courtroom today, are you ready and willing to proceed?
Of course, my lord. I'm sure we all understand the importance of doing our civic duty.
I do so despise deception and deceit. I find it so very weary.
To make a man's life with a conjuring trick. It is against the magician's code, not to mention the law.
In effect, scientists should feel the wrath of God, if you ask me.
I have to listen to what's said on both sides of the fence. And, then settle on one. That's it, isn't it? Why is a kid on the jury?
Wasn't like this in my day. Wasn't like this at all. If all parties are ready to proceed, you may begin, Lord Van Sykes.
Before I do, my lord, there is a report I must read to the court. Yesterday, at the Great Exhibition Grounds, the evidence of primary importance in this case, the super high voltage instantaneous kinesis machine which was installed on the experimentation stage, was deliberately destroyed in an explosion effected by an unknown person or persons. Unknown? The fuck you mean unknown? We know exactly who the fuck did that.
It was what?
An explosion! Okay, please, someone please take the gun away from the old man.
This is an outrage.
How did you not know about this?
Yes, I heard this grave news yesterday. Scotland Yard submitted a report to my office in the evening. I read that the machine was blasted to smithers and the wreckage reduced to ashes in the flames.
I have here a photographic print of the scene, taken in the wake of the explosion. Haha, evidence of the drop-down at least. It shows what little remains of the machine.
Yes, a terrible business.
He did it to destroy the evidence, did he? That Enoch Drebber, that word's hard.
The court will take this print as evidence, counsel.
Late yesterday afternoon, the protection afforded to the machine by the special dispensation for scientific equipment act was revoked. However, before a thorough investigation could begin, the invention was obliterated from existence. So yeah, here's the thing. So we can definitely say that, with absolute certainty now, that at the same time that this thing was sabotaged, so the top part exploded, and the thing fell through, and the hot air balloon was shot so that the thingamajig, so that the wax statue would fall. Let me move on. As such, this would become a very different trial.
What?
Uh-oh. What do you mean?
As it stands now, with no evidence on which to draw meaningful conclusions, the authenticity of the kinesis machine will remain forever in obscurity. Indeed. A most unfortunate state of affairs.
However, one thing remains clear. The victim's death was the result of the actions of the accused. Ah! Sorry for the bird screech. This man just annoys the hell out of me. Of that we can be certain. For it was the accused himself who was operating the machine and who ultimately caused its loss of control.
Objection!
As Lord Van Sykes rightly says, this is a very different trial now. The accused accepts responsibility for his part in the events that has transpired. He acknowledges that Mr. Asmund died as a result of the accident caused by his machine's malfunction. However, unbeknownst to the professor, he was being deliberately deceived by a pair of very clever fraudsters.
Names, counsel, if you please.
The engineer, Mr. Enoch Drebber, and the victim himself, Mr. Odie Asmund. So what exactly were those two men up to behind the defendant's back? The defense intends to expose that information, thus establishing the unequivocal innocence of the defendant. Let's fucking go.
Thank you, counsels. The positions of the prosecution and defense have been clearly stated. Lord Van Sykes, summon your first witness, please.
At once, my lord. The prosecution calls the engineer, Mr. Enoch Drebber, to the stand. Everyone, please welcome Mr. Robot, Mr. Clockwork. State your name and occupation for the court. Name, Enoch Drebber. Occupation. Hard to pin down, I would say. That's the thing, I don't know.
like, kind of creeping me out. I'm gonna say that's a pass. That's a pass for me. Wind him up if he needs it. Yeah, you do that. I don't want to touch him. But no, he's a pass, just because he kind of freaks me out a little bit. Do that block monocle? Yes, why do I feel as though I've seen it somewhere before? Where's the bonk for wristwatch? You can have him.
Your file indicates that you are currently being investigated in connection with another case. The theft of a waxwork model, is it? A most extraordinary sounding business. But that has no bearing on this trial, I assure you. Leave it from your mind. You're familiar with the public experiment carried out at the Great Exhibition some days ago? The accused super high voltage instantaneous kinesis demonstration.
Christ. That's fair.
Yes, you could say that. I am aware of it. There was a terrible accident, wasn't there? It was you, Mr. Drebber, who constructed the vast machine used in the experiment. Or so our investigations indicate. Can you confirm your involvement? Yes, I constructed it, in precise accordance with the blueprints. But that's all. Then the court will be very interested to hear your thoughts about the machine, I'm sure.
You have to do the robot every time you move.
An amazing device, if you ask me. Pinnacle of modern science, making instantaneous kinesis a reality at last.
What?
Good gracious! Do you mean to say that the experiment was bona fide? Is that your belief, sir?
No, that's his lie.
Yes, that is very much my belief. Such a waste that it blew up.
You blew it up.
Objection!
But we've already established the machine was nothing more than a prop for an elaborate conjuring trick.
Objection!
You've established nothing of the sort. All that was shown during yesterday's proceedings is that the same outcome could have been produced by means of staged trickery. The defense merely proposed a method and demonstrated its feasibility, nothing more.
But...
We procrastinated long enough, I feel. Witness, you will now give your formal testimony about the machine that you constructed for the purpose of the demonstration at the Great Exhibition. Understood.
Tock. Tick. Tock. Tick. Tock. Tick. Tock.
I met the young professor approximately 1 year ago through Mr. Osmond's introduction. He provided me with the blueprints, and I constructed the machine to his precise specifications. It was no trick. If the whole show was a fraud, it would have required a body double. Tell me, did the victim have a twin? All the spectators saw the birdcage appear above their heads and then crash headfirst into the crystal tower. A terrible accident, I grant you. Perhaps the science on which the machine was built was flawed somehow.
A body double, you say?
A body double? That goes without saying, surely. To give the impression that something has moved when in reality it hasn't. It's a basic conjuring principle. The deception cannot be achieved without substituting the original with a fake at some point in the performance. But would I be right in saying you haven't managed to establish anything along those lines?
Uh-huh. Yeah. No body double. Definitely.
One
second.
Ugh. Incidentally, the prosecution has already confirmed that Mr. Osmond had no twin siblings. It's my understanding that this witness is well versed in conjuring altars.
Alright, see you later, Maya. Hope you have a good day at work.
But his talents do not indicate that he was actually able to accomplish what he claims. Namely, the construction of what, by all accounts, must have been an extremely complex scientific machine. Whatever do you mean? Yesterday's proceedings brought the true nature of your past exploits to light, Mr. Drebber.
Indeed it did, my lord. As a swindler who preys on innocent scientists to elicit government grant money through conjuring know-how. Hydrant posture check, thank you. Oh, I needed that. My back no good. This chair probably does not help my back a whole lot. Which is why everyone on the throne. Moving on.
Yes, it's true that I possess considerable knowledge of stage magic. But crucially, my scientific knowledge more than matches that of any academic in the field. Investigation of the witness's workshop attests to that claim, my lord. As evidence, the police found this Royal Society trophy for young talent and science there.
Yes, that's true. We spotted it there ourselves.
If a hypothesis is sound, it can always be forged into a physical manifestation, with sufficient skill. Though I may have sold the secrets of some deceptive wiles to sniveling, talentless scientists in the past, would you therefore assert that the explosion of the machine was an unfortunate accident, or, of course, a deliberate act of murder carried out by misuse of the science?
This son of a bitch.
Counsel for the defense, your cross-examination, please.
Yes, my lord.
I met the young professor approximately 1 year ago through Mr. Osmond.
Okay. So you were already acquainted with Mr. Asmund himself?
Not really. By chance, I'd seen his name mentioned in the papers, that's all. But I had no interest in his private affairs. If he was an unscrupulous investor, it was of no concern of mine. As long as people pay their bills, I take up my tools and construct what they ask for.
So here's the thing. Gregson was there, and so was Gina. You know, when we talked about the whole shit go boom. Are they not going to come to the stand at some point to be like, no, this motherfucker basically admitted to blowing up the... Like, he did it kind of indirectly, admittedly, but he kind of admitted to blowing up the kinesis machine, right? And he tried to blow all of us up. Anyways, so why did Mr. Asmund approach you in particular, then?
Who can say? I presume because my name is associated with excellence in engineering. Not to mention excellence in fraud. Hard to gauge. But the point is, all I did was construct the machine according to the blueprints I was given.
Do I have those blueprints? Can I please look at them? They weren't completely burned. Please.
In other words, the kinesis machine was built on solid scientific principles. Yes, you might say that. Professor Harebrain certainly has a mind like no other.
The drums, the ones that are going... Okay, there's my Doctor Who reference out of the way. Actually, that's like the second one today.
And I constructed the machine to its precise specifications.
It's clear that you have both scientific knowledge and knowledge of conjuring magic, however.
The more knowledge you have, the better equipped you are to handle whatever comes along. But your implication is that I furnished the machine with some trickery, I think.
Oh shit, you're right. he is the quiz master. It's a possibility that we have to explore. Unfortunately, though, the machine has been blown to Kingdom Come. Evidence of trickery. Evidence of trickery. It's right here. It's super obvious. Moving on.
So there's really nothing left to explore, is there? It appears that the Kinesis machine was fitted with a timed explosive device of some kind. And there's nothing left of that device either. Not a single shred of evidence remaining, I hear.
You motherfucker, stop fucking admitting to everything. In that tone. He must have planned all this from the outset.
But in any case, it's abundantly clear that the experiment couldn't have been a trick.
No, it's abundantly clear that it still definitely could have been.
The whole show was a fraud. It required a body double.
Hold it!
Of course! That's it! Mr. Osmond has a twin! See, I was nervous. I was worried to press on this particular statement because I knew that this would be motherfucker's response. But
Objection!
follow every lead, I guess.
Perhaps my learned friend wasn't listening earlier. Mr. Osmond had no twin siblings.
No, I heard you before, but the thread of hope hadn't quite left me. The demonstration could have been a trick if there was somebody who looked sufficiently like the victim. But Mr. Sithe absolutely ruled that out as a possibility.
It is beyond question that the victim himself, Mr. Osmond, did move from the stage to the Crystal Tower. The fingerprints found at the scene attest to the fact.
So it can't have been orchestrated using someone who looked identical to Mr. Osmond, then. What are you thinking, Mr. Naruhodo? I'm thinking someone put fingerprints on a wax body. Oh, no, nothing. Just the idea of someone who looked identical to the victim is playing on my mind.
All the spectators saw the birdcage at Poe.
Yes. It crashed head first, you say?
According to the many witness reports from those there at the time, yes.
Were you not there at the exhibition grounds on the day?
Unlikely. I rarely leave my workshop.
Yet another of your unique inventions was found at the scene.
Well, it was the unveiling of a machine I labored over for many months. I saw it clearly with my own eyes, the birdcage plummeting headfirst into the tower.
Ah, so you lied. You committed perjury. Already. That was fast.
What a surprise! I believe the victim's neck was broken from the headlong fall, wasn't it?
How would you have come by that information?
Even an infernal recluse like me reads the newspapers, you know. According to the reports, 2 injuries were apparent on the victim's body.
Yes. He'd been stabbed in the chest by a screwdriver believed to belong to the defendant, and he had broken vertebrae as a result of a fall from a considerable height.
Correct. My learned friend has been doing his research, it seems.
Do we know which injury was the fatal one?
Sadly not. Forensic science is not yet at the level where such things can be determined. What we do know is that the victim died having sustained both injuries at some point during the experiment. And since he was found in the birdcage with his neck broken, it's obvious that he fell from a considerable height.
I suppose that's hard to deny.
A terrible accident, I grant you. But it was flawed.
So you understood the science, did you?
Not in the slightest.
Oh, right.
As I've said a number of times, I'm an engineer. My job is to manufacture according to the blueprints I'm given. I would be inviting manifold problems if I foolishly allowed my brain to digest the ideas behind them. I could be accused of stealing those ideas, for example.
But how is it possible to construct a machine without really understanding the principles it relies on?
Well, you're practicing law without really understanding the principles it relies on, aren't you?
Wow. Harsh burn there, motherfucker. A very good point. Don't agree with him! Don't agree with him! He's on trial! Stand up for yourself, Mr. Naruhodo!
The point is, the experiment resulted in instantaneous kinesis taking place. As such, the science must be sound. Yes, and really, experimental results are all that matters when it comes to proving a hypothesis.
Technically, a hypothesis, it's provable when you can replicate it multiple times, and such and such. He's certainly very sure of himself. Hell of a backup dancer, absolutely. He'd be the best. He'd be one of the best break dancers. Well, now that the machine has been completely destroyed by yesterday's explosion, it's going to be impossible to argue its authenticity one way or the other. But if we're unable to establish that it was a piece of stage trickery rather than genuine science, we will have no grounds on which to demonstrate Professor Harebrain's innocence. Both Mr. Osmond and this man on the stand tricked the professor and used him. They took advantage of his naivety and his unbending belief in his work, and I won't let them get away with it. Popping and locking, that's all he's doing. He's popping and locking and he's doing the robots. And seeing as the professor is an old friend of Lord Von Zykes, what on earth must he be feeling towards Drebber? Okay, so we've pressed everything, so now we need to find out. So now we know that we have to... Okay. Ooh. Good. I didn't accidentally press a bad button. Alright, let's see what information... Let's see what we have. This is the closest one so far that it definitely has a lie. That we know has a lie in it. It's just whether or not it's a provable lie. That one we can also prove if we can think about the waxwork. This is a true statement. And that's a true statement. So we have two potentially false statements, one definitely false. And it's just a matter of how to prove it. So we have this photo, which shows obviously fall. So far, it's the easiest thing to prove. Wait, Courtney Sithe. Hold on a second. Hold the phone! Hold on. First of all, Dr. Sithe's name is Courtney. Second of all... Oh, goddamn it, Punisher. It took me a goddamn fucking second. Anyways, look. Look. Hold on. This is very interesting. This will be important information for later. This does not matter at the moment. Autopsy report. Coroner. Courtney Sithe. Killer's autopsy report. Coroner. Courtney Stevens. She got married in that time frame. Thank you for the lurk, Bye Beast. But that means that she knows who the professor is. Anyways, we were doing things. Okay. Oh. Hold on. You're gonna get food? Okay. You're flirting with a married woman? Maybe they're poly. Here it is. This is actually the lie. I thought this was a true statement for a moment. I forgot. This is a lie. This is a damn lie. He didn't crash head first. Because we had the birdcage, where it was broken on the bottom. Ha ha ha. She could be a widow. That's also true. We know she's a MILF. She has a kid. Kid's kind of scary. Kid is also a Doctor Who reference.
Objection.
Except the kid actually knows who her mummy is. We've examined the birdcage that crashes the Crystal Tower ourselves. As you can see, the cage, which is a wooden construction, has sustained damage in one particular spot. I mean, to be fair, Sithe is a pretty cool name. And that's also, I don't even know if that's how it's pronounced. I'm pronouncing it that way because I choose to. It could also be Sith, but I think Sithe sounds better.
Following the explosion, it fell some 30 feet into the grass of the Crystal Tower. That level of damage is to be expected, surely.
I agree. The damage itself is entirely understandable. What doesn't make sense is the location of that damage. All the breakages in the wood are at the base of the birdcage, not the top.
What are you saying? That's the opposite of where they should be.
That's right, my lord. Yeah, we were looking at this earlier. It's down at the bottom. But anyways. The birdcage that was at the scene is damaged at its base. So we have reports of the birdcage falling headlong into the Crystal Tower, yet the damage is at the bottom. Oh, if you mean Scythe's kid, we'll probably see them again in this trial. The only way to reconcile these two facts is to accept that there were two birdcages in play that day, which were at some point switched. Switched during what wasn't a scientific experiment at all, but an elaborate piece of staged trickery. How do I make a scream in monotone?
Gah! What? Good gracious! Explain yourself, witness!
Gurg.
Well,
If we examine the facts, there's only one logical conclusion we can draw. The damage on the base of the birdcage clearly indicates that it crashed tail first into the tower. But multiple witness reports claim it fell head first. The birdcage materialized in the sky next to a balloon flying over the stage following a spontaneous explosion. Oh, right, the people of the neutral planet. At an altitude of some 60 feet above ground level. Which is approximately 18 meters. I love that they keep cutting back to that for the, the original Japanese audience.
it then proceeded to fall some 30 feet into the Crystal Tower in the ensuing deflagration. Witness reports amid such chaos are notoriously unreliable.
But the victim's neck was broken.
He plummeted 30 feet inside the heavy wooden cage. However he fell, it would be unsurprising to find one or two of his vertebrae crushed.
Tell my wife hello. A riveting scientific analysis of events from the prosecution there. Though to be even more rigorous, you would have to say it was only one vertebrae, actually. He wasn't quiet for long. I find it hard to see what's motivating Lord Van Sykes. This witness is clearly a swindler, and one who deceived a personal friend of his. If you're going to establish this deception, do it right. Sorry? I feel like that's the undertone here. Ah, yes. And there's one more point. The defense appears to have forgotten. It obviously wasn't a trick, as a certain truth very plainly demonstrates. What?
It seems to me that the cross-examination had better continue until we resolve this matter further. Mr. Drebber, you will amend your testimony with details of this truth.
Of course.
We must treat the matter scientifically, after all. Ugh, I nearly had him there. I think he just got refueled. Hold on. He's just idling. The kinesis clearly took place, because there's nowhere else 30 feet high for the birdcage to have fallen from. Allow me to show off a little bit for a second. So, originally, experiment here was supposed to zap here. Instead, it was zapped here. And he fell from here 30 feet into here, because this was 60 feet up. If this is 60 feet up, this is 30 feet up, this is 30 feet up, that's 30 feet down from the drop. I don't even need to press him. Because guess what, fool?
Objection.
Why did the music not stop? Hello? Well, shit. Hold on. And I would have to overrule your objection, Counselor. The defense would have to accept the penalty given. Glad to hear it. And you would also have to think again. Okay, hold on. There's nowhere else 30 feet high for the birdcage to have fallen from.
Objection.
There it is. There's the music stop that we needed. This is a diagram of the experimentation stage and its surroundings. We know that somehow the birdcage appeared in mid-air before falling down into the crystal tower. A fall of about 30 feet, or 9 meters. However, if you examine the diagram carefully, you'll see there is one other possible location from which the birdcage could have fallen. The same distance of 30 feet. No. Oh yes, Dracula. We're on to your game. We're on to the game, whatever. Well, it appears the defense has a possible explanation to put forward. Go ahead, counsel. Yes, my lord, of course. You will indicate the place to which you are referring on this same diagram. The alternative location from which the birdcage could possibly have fallen, the prerequisite 30 feet. Or the requisite 30 feet, whatever. The answer is right here, of course. The place I'm referring to is here. But that's where the birdcage would have been to begin with. Which is exactly the point, my lord. Yes, the birdcage was in the machine on the stage. But what we must also consider is the height of the stage itself. Go on, counsel. It turns out that the experimentation stage was built at a considerable height above ground level. If you look at the diagram, in fact, you'll see it's at about the same height above the ground as the balloon was above the crash site. When the experiment got underway, the machine and the birdcage were engulfed in steam. At that moment, the floor of the stage gave way, and, if we assume there to be a void underneath, this birdcage and the one seen by the audience would have fallen almost exactly the same distance. What do you have to say to that, Counts von Dracula Zykes, blah blah whatever? Where's your wine and your blood that you're drinking? Once again, my lord, this all points to the fact that there was not one birdcage, but two.
Objection.
My learned friend has no evidence that the stage had such a contrivance in its design. Yeah, no evidence at all. Definitely not. Uh-huh. I mean, I don't... you're the one who brought this... You specifically, Baron. Barrick. Sorry, your name's not Baron. Your name's Barrick. You're the one who brought this picture to us. Someone is responsible for the criminal destruction of the kinesis machine itself, it's true. However, the stage still stands. And take a moment to look at the photographic print of the scene following yesterday's explosion.
The one that you brought.
Good lord, the metal grill that formed the floor of the machine is undone.
Yes, most likely blown open by the force of the explosion that destroyed the rest of the machine. The defense calls for the space below the stage to be investigated immediately. Let's fucking go. Mr. Drebber. It was you who built the kinesis machine, which means that it was you who built the 2 bird cages that were used to carry out this deception. Ugh. Whether Professor Harebrain's hypothesis is sound or not makes no difference, because it's the construction of this machine that matters. A machine designed to take Mr. Asmon's life. And lay the blame firmly at the professor's door. Something that could only have been carried out by you, Mr. Enoch Drebber. Grrr. Whoa. Wow, wait, stop trying to protect him.
If my learned friend has reached the end of his wild assertions,
You had Kazuma prep you the wine, okay.
the prosecution would like to crush the defense's argument slowly, but surely.
What?
Your argument fails to hold water on 2 counts.
2?
Firstly, before and after the experiment, this witness went nowhere near the kinesis machine.
Hello?
Every relevant member of staff from the exhibition has attested to that.
He doesn't have to go near it.
And I believe members of Scotland Yard have also been on watch duty at every public experiment. In other words, Mr. Drebber had no opportunity to switch the alleged pair of bird cages.
Except during the goddamn pandemonium of the first explosion.
Objection.
But I've already explained why he wouldn't have needed to.
The nonsense with the crossbow. That doesn't bolster your case at all. The man who disappeared from the stage and the man who crossed into the tower are one and the same. The forensic investigation team's report is unequivocal on that point.
I still say investigate the goddamn stage, because this looks weird, right? Right? Just take some time. Have someone... You have telegrams and telephones and message runners and such.
And the second flaw in your assertion is a distinct lack of motive.
With the money?
Why would this man have wanted to take the victim's life? He had no reason to do so.
Also, I'm a lawyer. I'm a defense lawyer. I'm here to prove my dude's innocent. I ain't actually here to prove his guilt. That's your job. A motive? Do I have to think of everything myself? Thank you, Ryunosuke.
I have here a contract provided by the witness.
What contract is this, Lord Van Zykes?
The contract into which Mr. Drebber entered with the victim, Mr. Asman. It reads, Mr. Drebber is to receive 30% of all
Remuneration. Isn't it normally remunerations? Doing more than any defense lawyer has to do? Yep, that's the ace attorney for you.
Remunerations. Sure, close enough, I guess. From government grants or other income.
30%. Certainly very favorable contractual conditions.
But there is one very important provision bolted onto that clause.
What provision?
Mr. Drebber may only uphold this right on a condition that both contracting parties are alive.
That's a very specific wording to add into a contract? What? Why is that in there? And also, how do we know that that's not fate?
In other words, if either of us were to die, the contract would become null and void. So you see, I had nothing to gain from Mr. Asmund's death. The diametric opposite, in fact. Need I say more? The witness has neither an opportunity nor a reason to commit the alleged crime. In short, the possibility of Mr. Drebber having done as you suggest is nil.
Just because you haven't found the motive doesn't mean it don't exist.
Ugh. Ah!
Son of a bitch. We would have had him too. If it weren't for that meddling prosecutor.
It seems the defense's assertion was somewhat wide of the mark. Lord Von Zykes, you will submit the contract as evidence, please.
Good, let me take a look at that shit.
It's true. If Trevor had no opportunity to switch the birdcage under the stage with the one in the Crystal Tower...
Hold on, we're gonna read this.
The investor, Mr. Odie Asmund, hereby enters into contract with the provider, Mr. Enoch Drebber, to fund labor and materials for the construction of a super high voltage instantaneous kinesis machine. Mr. Drebber has received 30% of all remuneration from government grants or other income. Mr. Drebber may only uphold this right on condition that both contracting parties are alive.
But also, wouldn't he have gotten paid before the experiment happened? And also, like, man's dead. He can just take his money. He can just go find it and steal it.
He couldn't have done it. And in any case, I have no idea what his motive might have been.
There's one aspect of your argument that still holds true, however.
Huh?
There were 2 bird cages. The prosecution is unable to deny that. So I'm sure you're on the right lines, Mr. Naruhodo. And I've no doubt there are other aspects of your assertion that are undeniable truths too.
Well, it would seem that the defense has no rejoinder to offer. Well, I must say I'm a little surprised. I came here to testify about the machine I built, and instead my reputation is defiled. But the prosecution's counter has set the record straight, I think. It's impossible that I'm the culprit.
Objection!
Stop talking about impossibilities, motherfucker. At the beginning of this trial, we believed that there was only 1 birdcage, yet now we know there must have been 2. In other words, there was more to the demonstration than we realized at first. I think it's abundantly clear that the same applies to the culprits.
Get to the point.
The stage demonstration was constructed and set up in its entirety by you, Mr. Drebber. Therefore, it's inconceivable that you had no hand in the events that transpired.
But he wasn't working alone.
But who was he working with? Have we met anyone so far? You're dead. You're our client. You're the witch that we're in love with. I'm in love with. Whatever. You're the balloon dude. Kid with a head injury. Bohemia, that's right. Corner. And this motherfucker. So if circumstances mean it's impossible that you could have carried out the crime yourself, it points to the fact that someone else was involved.
Someone else? Counsel, are you suggesting?
Yes, my lord. Mr. Drebber had an accomplice.
Objection!
An accomplice now? Well then, I presume you're prepared for what's to come? Not that you're accusing not only this witness, but someone else of the most serious of crimes. If these accusations turn out to be false, then make no mistake. The prosecution will demand an equally serious punishment for your slander. Well, counsel, Do you intend to pursue this course and formally accuse another party of involvement in this matter?
What do I do here? At the moment, this is a little more than a hunch on my part. I don't know for sure if Drebber had an accomplice, even if he really is the culprit here. One way or another, though, I have to make my position clear, as a lawyer. So what's my stance going to be? Did Drebber have an accomplice, or not? You want me to name the accomplice? I thought you were just going to say that there is one. I'll say that there is one. I don't know who it is. I'll say that they exist. Oh shit. Can I look at my people real fast again? Hold on. Actually, no. We do know he had an accomplice. Yeah, I was about to say, I knew he had an accomplice. We knew it was Odie Osmond the whole time. They were working together. The plan probably wasn't for him to die, or at least it certainly wasn't Osmond's plan. That's right, duh. Silly me. The defense is ready to name Mr. Drebber's accomplice. Somehow the two bird cages must have been switched. Everything points to that. Yet according to the coroner's report, that's not a possibility. But that inconsistency itself is a clue.
Counsel.
My lord?
You have received a stark warning already. If you are nevertheless determined, then I must now ask as you identify this alleged accomplice by name. So, your answer please.
No, I don't think Sithe the accomplice.
Who do you claim to have been Mr. Drebber's accomplice?
Take that!
Who is this person?
Wait, what? Wait, did I hit the wrong button? I hit Asmund, right? Unless you're right? You might be right? Are you right? Time of death, around 2:20 p.m. Image of a wound to the chest appears the heart. Hold on. Yeah, I presented Odie Asmund. Let your answer, please. Who do you claim? Somehow the two bird cages, everything points to that, yet the coroner's report... Oh, you're right, it is Sithe.
Yes, thank you. I am aware of the person, obviously. But on what basis do you claim felonious involvement?
Well, shit.
You surely wouldn't say you don't know, would you?
Okay, wristwatch, you were right the first time. I should have gone with Sithe. I'm sure you simply slipped and pointed to the wrong person, didn't you? There's no other explanation.
No slip-ups this time, please, Counsel. Who do you claim to have been Mr. Drebber's accomplice?
The hot woman.
Take that!
The name of the person in question is...
What's wrong, my Nipponese friend? Surely fear doesn't bind your tongue now. It's a little late for that.
Of course I'm afraid. After all, naming her in this capacity is definitely going to make waves. A lot of waves. I could very well turn every single person in this courtroom against me. Not like that be anything new. I'm sure it'll be alright, Mr. Naruhodo.
Thank you, Mr. Sato.
The enemy always appears larger than life, but you'll appear exactly the same to the enemy. Alright then, here goes.
You kept us waiting long enough. Your answer, Counsel, now.
The person who colluded with Mr. Drebber in order to carry out this wicked crime is Scotland Yard's coroner, Dr. Courtney Sithe.
What in the blazes are you talking about, Dr. Sithe?
The head of the forensic investigation team and the coroner who conducted the autopsy on the victim. Indeed, indeed. The beautiful woman with the silver hair, yes, we love her. But also, damn, she's also a murderer, fuck. Potentially, we'll find out. We know there were two bird cages, so who could have carried out the switch to complete the illusion? The accident happened in front of a huge crowd of spectators, and the error was immediately sealed off. Did she plant? I think It's possible. The problem is they wouldn't have been allowed inside yet because of the Scientific Dispensation Act. So I think that it was that Drebber still put the time bomb in the machine. Then everyone, police officers included, were banished to make way for the forensic investigation team. When else could the switch have occurred? It can only have been in that team's presence. He's fucking quiet at the grave. It's essential that the court determines exactly what happened following the incident. The defense demands that Dr. Sithe be summoned to the witness stand at once to testify. Oh, Dr. Sithe, the coroner. Incredible, this. I don't know what this mean. You've got a nerve, lad. Hi, yes, welcome. This is indeed. Standing up there, dragging the yard's name through the mud. I didn't mean to. And also give us her telegram number. Yes, very important. I'll visit her in prison. No, actually, we have Madame Two Spells. We're fine. I can. You know what? Maybe when she gets out. Anyways. I know the woman very well. There's no better dead room worker out there. How dare you call her a criminal? I think I've established a voice for this old man. My learned friend's imagination appears to be wilder than the East End at night. But the recklessness of your accusation aside, there's another grave problem with your argument. One which the prosecution demands you address at once. A grave problem? Oh my word. Who do you claim acted as the victim's doppelganger? What?
Certainly, if the birdcage containing the body of the victim was exchanged for another, that cage must also have contained a body.
And yet, no missing person, the accidents or deaths of anyone even though remotely resembling the victim have been reported. Which means there was no one, dead or alive, who could have fulfilled the role of a body double for Mr. Asman. That's true. If my argument is that there were two bird cages, then there must also have been one person inside each. But I don't know if I've got an answer to this yet, have I? What can I do to reveal how this body double stunt was achieved? So the problem is, there isn't a name. The name doesn't exist. The evidence I have is this. The problem is, I don't know if this will help. But I don't know if waiting... Evidence. Hold on. We do have evidence. This piece of glass is almost as thick as it is wide. Yes, I've never seen anything like it. If you're to compare it to a human, only Mr. Sholmes has such thick skin. There's really no need for such a comparison, Mr. Naruhodo, as you well know. Anyway, it can only be from the Crystal Tower, surely. Yes, I think so too. It was probably made especially to meet the demands of that great structure. This is our evidence. Not the head. The glass. Very well. The defense will address my learned friend's concerns by presenting evidence that reveals the true nature of Mr. Osmond's body double.
Gracious! Evidence? I do hope this isn't filibustering, Counsel. The court is expecting a name.
If you think you have relevant evidence, present it now. The body double and the birdcage were hiding inside the balloon that was floating above the stage, which means that any witnesses would only have seen them from about 60 feet away. So who was it that appeared out of that explosion some 18 meters above the spectators? Aha! The body double inside the second birdcage was... Maybe I should present this head.
Take that!
We know that the victim, Mr. Osmond, was in the birdcage that was situated inside the kinesis machine on stage, and therefore he couldn't have been inside the second birdcage. Instead, that contained something else, which has been described as a body double, which is what fell from the sky and crashed into the Crystal Tower.
Yes, Counsel, according to your somewhat elaborate version of events.
And that body double inside the second birdcage was, in fact... It's alright, Mr. Naruhodo. You're ready for this. Just steel yourself and come out with it. Oh, thank you, Mr. Sato. I needed that. I need me a cheerleader in my corner all the time. That'd be nice. As I was saying, the body double inside the second birdcage was, as unbelievable as it may seem, that thing that... Wait, what? Hello? I have a question. Excuse me? Question? When the fuck did we get this thing in the courtroom with no one noticing? Hello? Where did this come from? How did we get this here? What? How did we... Sholmes, did you bring this in here? Did you Who stole... Madame Tussauds is not going to be happy that we stole this again. Uh-oh. Skirts for everyone, Punisher. Skirts for everyone. Anyways. I don't think our witch wife will be happy that this was stolen again. That thing there. Rionesque, are you gonna be like, wait, where the fuck did this come from?
Objection.
Hi. You can if you want to, Quizmaster. I'm not gonna stop you. Open your eyes and look into mine, my Nipponese friend. Now tell me, what are you playing at? Stand firm now, Ryunosuke. This is the time to show your Japanese spirit. As the court will observe, this is a waxwork model. Uh-oh. Why was the slap so weak? We haven't had that in a while. A model, in fact, of an infamous London murderer from 10 years ago. The Professor. Oh. Here's a small problem. The Professor, yes. You know that murderer that killed your brother 10 years ago? Here's a statue of him.
Objection.
You started by indicating the leader of the forensic investigation team as an accomplice in this crime. And now you've moved on to indicting waxworks.
Yes, that's about the size of it.
But why? And why this waxwork? It looks nothing like the victim. In fact, it could hardly resemble him less. What possible justification can you give?
The Game Awards are live. Why are the Game Awards? The Game Awards are... Wait. The Game Awards are happening? I don't pay attention to shit anymore, do I? I guess it is about that time of year. Right now? Oh well. Yeah, you guys have... Yeah, whatever. This is more important. If you want to know why, ask Mr. Drebber.
What?
Just days before Professor Harebrain performed his public demonstration, Mr. Drebber abducted this model from Madame Tussauds.
Did you say abducted?
And 2 days after the incident at the Great Exhibition, he returned it to the museum.
Then the timing. Is this true, Mr. Drebber?
At first, I couldn't see why Mr. Drebber would have stolen the waxwork and then given it back again. AGQ, on the other hand, indeed. But now, the reason is clear. He took it so that he could put it inside the second birdcage as a body double for Mr. Asmund.
Good.
Broken.
Are you hearing this, ladies and gentlemen of the jury? Are you hearing the defense's astonishing proposal? That the witness fabricated this vast machine with the intention of deceiving some wretched scientist. That he did so in collusion with the country's finest coroner on a public stage in front of a vast audience.
What better show?
And that, to effect the deception, he used a waxwork model that in no way resembles the victim.
Rest in peace, Punisher. A little bit of hydrogen peroxide on a Q-tip will undo the paint. It'll strip it away, but you might not want to do that. You might just want to repaint over it. I don't know, whatever you feel like.
Are you ready to believe this far-fetched tale? What do you decide?
Objection.
Uh-oh. Wait! Yes, if you put it like that, of course it sounds implausible. My lord!
My lord, I need to speak, if you please. Go ahead, Mr. Foreman. Go ahead, Mr. Foreman. Myself and my colleagues have reached an agreement.
Ah, shit. Here we go. Ow.
Very good. In that case, Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you will state your leanings for the court to hear now.
Guilty. Guilty. Guilty.
Guilty.
Guilty.
Guilty.
Guilty.
Kill me.
Guilty.
Uh-oh. Oh, no. Is what I would say if we hadn't gone through this about 1,000 times already.
So, as indicated by the foreman, the jury has reached a consensus.
Oh, I knew that was going to happen. We shall get through this, Mr. Naruhodo, as we always do. And uncover some new truths along the way, I'm quite sure. Just painting over? Sounds about right.
Yes, I agree. I'm going to have to appeal to the jurors as usual, and see if I can persuade them to change their minds. The defense will now embark on a summation examination. Are you and your fellows ready to proceed, Mr. Foreman?
We are, my lord.
Very well. In that case, I ask you now to state clearly for all present to hear the grounds on which each of you has decided that the defendant is guilty of the crime of which he is charged.
Judicial findings. The jurors' contentions.
I've known that woman for years. She'd never be an accomplice to anything.
It's utter nonsense to think that these two would ever be conniving with one another.
Oh dear, this is most troubling. But surely the waxwork the man stole has nothing to do with the coroner, is it?
I've had my own problems with members of the police. I do not trust them much.
That's not... Wait, hold on. Wait, that's in our favor.
Oh, there was!
Oh, thank you, Wristwatch. We'll take a look at that again.
I've seen no rigorous proof that this waxwork went ever inside the birdcage. It's conjecture.
Accusing someone without right evidences? He's not a proper job, is he? I want happy. I like the kid. The kid shouldn't be on the jury, but if the kid's gonna be on the jury, at least they're entertaining.
Somewhat unsurprisingly, it seems the introduction of this waxwork model to the proceedings has polarized opinion.
Given that its face is obscured and its build in no way resembles that of the victim, I can only applaud my learned friend's temerity at suggesting it as Mr. Asmund's body double.
Yes, the applause is deafening, and yes, I know it seems extraordinary. But that's the point. That's why I have a strong feeling it's actually a greater clue than anyone yet realizes. What are you thinking, Mr. Naruhodo? I can't explain why at the moment, but I feel as though there's a specific reason why it was used. Why it had to be this model. Really? A reason why nothing else would do, you mean? Where's Sherlock Holmes? We need to open up this mask. Take the mask off. Let's go. Yes, and I'm convinced. It's something far more significant than whether or not the model looked like the victim. Well, if that's the case, we must prevent the trial from ending prematurely at all costs. Yes, agreed. I have to find a way out of this.
If you are ready, counsel, you may proceed with the summation examination.
Yes, my lord. Also, now that Pokemon's kind of entered our life, Pokemon Scarlet Violet, I can't imagine the little mouse on his shoulder in this outfit as one half of a tandem mouse, just in steampunk clothes, or in his old uniform. The defense's rebuttal. I've known that woman for years, she never made accomplish anything. Might as well press, it's not gonna harm us. The order of things seems to have changed around here for some reason. I'm a copper, lad. It's a copper's discretion to bend the rules sometimes when needs must. What's wrong with that? A lot of things are wrong with that. There's a lot of things wrong with that. Where do I start? I've been working at the yard for 40 odd years. That's even more than I thought. We've only had a Metropolitan Police Service in town for 70 years, you know. Of course, times have changed. Public didn't trust coppers back when I started. It was rough, and they still don't. And they shouldn't. We had to fight crime, and we had to fight to win the public's trust as well. And when we did. Forensic science was in its infancy too, even more than it is now. And she spearheaded the revolution. Dr. Scythe, you mean? That's right.
About 10 years ago now it was, when I was still a youngish bobby on the beat. That's when she started making a name for herself as a top-class coroner. And now look at her, head of the forensic investigation team, and the woman no less. I lost the voice there a little bit. Well, you won't hear me complain. It's what we all dreamt of back then, I tell ya.
Could you tell me without holding that gun in the air?
We were all out to uphold justice, lad. For the vim we were, for the vim.
What, no vinegar? That's coming across loud and clear. There are 4 balloons here. The problem is I don't know if this helps us, because is that an actual image? They're showing us this for a reason. They're showing us this newspaper for a reason. I think you're right, wristwatch. I think the fact there are 4 balloons on there is important. Microphone, why? I thought you were doing better when I changed out your cable. And once again, I didn't fucking touch you. Stop doing that. Okay, where were we?
Hold it!
But we're only just starting to understand this case. That's also true, Punisher. The other Bobby was like, I can't ruin my wife's anniversary. Well, time to mess with evidence. What are you reading there, sir?
The man behind those murders on Solar Pond Street was caught in 2 days flat. That's real policing for you.
That's really not relevant to this case, is it?
You're wrong there. Because it was Dr. Sithe in charge of examining the bodies. There was evidence arising from her work that led to the arrest of the scoundrel responsible.
Oh.
That's right. Oh, that woman was at the forefront of this country's fight against crime. The idea that she's somehow involved in this murky business is a load of old tosh.
I thought it was up to me to press the jurors, not the other way around. Oh dear, this is most troubling. But surely the Waxworth is nothing to do with coroner, is it? Why would you assume that? Well, quite simply because that unsettling swindler has no relationship with the woman, does he? True, as it stands, we don't know of any connection. Oh gosh, but it would be delightfully romantic if they were somehow to have a mutual interest in the Waxworth. Ma'am, please, for the love of all that is good and holy, please tell me you mean that like they have a shared interest and that means that they connect it with each other, not with the waxwork? Please? Romantic? A woman of society such as myself use everything in terms of relationships, you know? Well, you learn something new every day, even if you don't want to. One might wonder about a possible relationship between the defendant and this coroner woman. Or perhaps between the defendant and the handsome prosecutor just there. This woman may be more astute than I've been giving her credit for. If that's the woman's stance, then perhaps demonstrating some connection between the waxwork and Dr. Sithe would be enough. This woman has a headcanon and she is going to see it through. She's going to write about this in her journal later. Yes, I agree. As soon as we have even a whiff of a connection, she'll be the first to know. I've had my own problems with members of the police. I do not trust them. And why is this a guilty verdict for us? What sort of problems? Let's just say we have run into each other on numerous occasions while I've been performing on the street. Right, I see. Obviously, artists such as myself cannot appear on stage as we work in close proximity to our audiences. So we perform our great magic in parks, on street corners and the like. But the police use any excuse to make our lives difficult. Excuse me, do you have something to say? And please don't spin your gun around like that, that's going to go off. Do you have something to say in response to that, Mr. Ottermole?
Who you call a mass murderer?
Excuse me? Sorry, my mistake. I got confused because I heard you look like him.
I don't look anything like the man. You ought to be locked up, sonny.
Thanks, Mr. Sholmes. Perhaps we can move on. I was really wondering if you had something you wanted to add in response to what juror number 3 just said. He is going to... Luckily, the only person that's pointed at when he screams it like that is himself, so... And clearly you do.
Back in my day. Back in the good old days. It wasn't like this.
What was it like, sir?
We worked our fingers to the bone down the public's trust, we did. And by Jove, we earned it. People respected us back then.
Respected you?
No one would have called a coroner into question in them days. A coroner's report was the hallmark of an investigation done right. Especially when Dr. Courtney Stevens put her name to it. She was the best of the best, and the apple of everyone's eye.
Hold on a minute. What are you talking about? Who's Courtney Stevens?
Ah, sorry. Got a bit carried away there.
Stevens is Dr. Sithe's maiden name. Her maiden name? So that was before she was married?
Of course, yes. Anyway, it's Sithe now, isn't he?
Stevens. I'm sure I've seen that name somewhere recently.
Anyway, the point is, those are the great days of policing, not like now.
Sorry to interrupt, sir. But do you think you could change your statement to include that name?
Yes, I don't see why not.
I'm gonna be honest. That was a fun voice to do.
She was Courtney Stevens back when I knew her, of course. A legendary coroner even then.
Hack, cough, water, needed. Rough voice. Fun though, but rough. And we are all out of tea. I drink it. Oh, wait, no, there's out. Oh, hold on. Guess who's wrong? I have some dregs. One moment. Cold? Yes. Still fine, though. Not as good as it is when it's hot. Thank you for the posture check, Punisher. Oh, we just hydrated. We'll hydrate again. Double hydrate. Let's go. Anyways, before we continue, I want to go ahead and press these two just so I can get all their information out. And then we'll go back and we'll do the contradictions. But you claim the whole instantaneous kinesis demonstration was a trick!
That I did, but there's more than one way to pull a rabbit out of a hat, isn't there?
Sorry?
I grant you, given that the cage appeared from a missile explosion, there had been no need to use a real person. But if a waxwork had been used, the culprit could at least have had the decency to make it look like the victim.
I'm not sure exactly how much criminals are governed by decency.
The point is, if you're going to make a claim about the waxwork being inside the birdcage, you need to give us some evidence. Without that, it's just not science.
I suppose we should expect nothing less than a logical argument from a fellow of the Royal Society. But that perhaps means his mind could be changed if we manage to present suitable evidence. Evidence that the Professor Waxwork was inside that birdcage. Can I produce that or not? Guess what? Guess what? Guess what? Guess what we have? Actually, I have something I'd like you to see, sir.
Oh? I must warn you that I firmly believe it's only wise to trust men in white coats. So given your jet black outfit, I don't mind admitting to a sense of trepidation here.
Excuse you, I'm wearing the DLC outfit that no one but me can see. It's blue. You don't trust anybody in black? Looking in the mirror must be very trying. I do have some evidence that proves the waxwork was inside that birdcage. Namely...
Observe. Watch this. A piece of glass. It was unusually thick for glass.
Yes, it's a piece of broken glass that we found inside the jacket on the waxwork. As you say, it's not ordinary glass, though. It's very thick, and it's clearly made for extra strength. Much like the special glass that was developed for the construction of the Crystal Tower.
The Crystal Tower? Holy smoke!
Exactly! The centerpiece of the great exhibition, damn it, where the very incident we're talking about took place. On the day in question, the birdcage fell from above and smashed through a window of that special glass. From which this small piece originated, is that it? Originated indeed. Precisely. So, what do you say? Now that clear evidence in support of the assertion has been placed before you?
Well, as I said, I only trust men in white coats as a rule. However, when the reasoning is sound, it's fair to say color shouldn't come into it.
So you're only partially racist. Got it.
In light of what you've shown here, yes, I feel obliged to change my position on the matter. In that case, juror number 4, you will amend your statement now, please.
That leaves me in a little doubt. But the waxwork was inside that book. Accusing someone without right evidences? He's not a proper job, is he? I won't have you. I've got to ask, why have you brought that corn into court with you? Colonel Cobb, even grown back on the farm. Picked him up on the way into town. He's a proper nibbler, he is. Yes, the nibbling seems to be taking quite a while. Maybe you could wait until after the trial. Oh, I don't like the sound of that. You need colonels at times like these. Whenever I saw my big to his side, the colonels always point me in the right direction, see? Maybe you're not a kid. Maybe you're just really short. You're talking about your cob of corn? Never noble guilty bubble, never not guilty out. Never not guilty, oh no. Never noble guilty bubble, never not guilty out. 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 Perhaps it's akin to fortune telling with flower petals like people do back home? The Professor Harebrain's fate is to be decided by a cob of corn. Great! Lovely! Fantastic! Oh, I love that. Could you not at least wait until we've had more time to find the truth before deciding on the defendant's guilt? Oh, I don't know about that, but I'm awfully full already. Amazing. Amazing. Enough of the puns. Moving on. I know it seems a little far-fetched to think that the waxwork model of the professor was in that birdcage, but on the other hand, it explained a lot. If there really is a reason why that particular waxwork had to be used as Mr. Osmond's double, we must do everything we can to make the jurors understand it. The truth is, I'm sure that's the key to this, but it's the most puzzling part of it, too. In that case, you just see what additional information you can glean whilst trying to change the jurors' minds. If you can read a book whilst eating a rice cracker, Mr. Naruhodo, I'm sure you can do this. Right. Yes! Okay. If I pit you... You? We're gonna try it. These two statements clearly contradict each other.
Good gracious! To whose statements do you refer, Counselor?
So, juror number 2. Oh gosh, me? What can I do for you? I presume that you heard what juror number 6 said in his statement. It brought to light the maiden name of the coroner, Dr. Sithe, which in turn has revealed... Wait, I said that weirdly. It's brought to light the maiden name of the coroner, Dr. Sithe, which in turn has revealed a connection that wasn't apparent before. Well, naturally, as a woman of society, I find such connections and relationships irresistible. But oh golly, I'm afraid I fail to see what you mean. Dr. Sithi's maiden name is Stevens, and through that name, the coroner is very definitely linked to the waxwork of the killer. The defense has evidence to prove it. My goodness, evidence, you say? How utterly enthralling.
Counsel, the court cannot overlook that last remark. I very much hope there is substance to your claim.
Of course, my lord. I would ask the court to look at this. The evidence that clearly links Dr. Sithe to the mass murderer known as the Professor.
Take that!
I have here a certain autopsy report from 10 years ago.
A 10-year-old autopsy report? What relevance does that have?
It is, of course, from the autopsy of the person portrayed in the waxwork, the killer known as the Professor. Even Von Dyke is surprised. It's always a good day when we can stump him.
Professors, but the man was a capital offender, so...
That's right. This is the certification of death that was drawn up after the convict's execution. The identity of the killer was never made public, so the report gives a few details. What if... Hold on. What if this report's wrong too? What if she lied? What if the professor was never killed? What if she only said that he was, and it was Odie Osmond? What if she lied? That's just the beginning theory. It's a burgeoning one. See, I was thinking the Odie is the professor, or he looks like the professor, or whatever, and she would know that. But now that I'm thinking about it, if she lied about this autopsy report, she would have lied on that one too. But why would she have wanted him to stay alive? Why keep him alive? Why keep him around? For what possible reason? Odie? Yes. The dog from Garfield. But what's important is the name of the coroner who wrote it. Courtney Stevens. Oh my, Courtney Stevens? Strike a light! It appears that the professor's autopsy was conducted by Dr. Sithe 10 years ago. And a few days ago, Mr. Drebber very deliberately stole the waxwork of the professor from Madame Two Spells. A waxwork that doesn't in fact resemble the victim, Mr. Asmund, at all. Or so we think. And do you suppose there's some unsavory relationship between those events? Absolutely. I'm sure of it. There's no doubt in my mind that the Professor case is at the heart of a link that we have yet to uncover. Between Dr. Courtney Sithe and Mr. Enoch Drebber. Hidden links, mysterious connections, secret relationships. This is all most extraordinary. We're surely obliged now to explore this further. He just like a good gossip story.
Alright, I can't have this trial come to an end now. Not while there's this cloud of suspicion hanging over the yard's best coroner. It wasn't like this in my day, but we're still here to uphold justice in the end.
This is technically still your day. You're not retired. 2 down, 2 to go. Okay. Ever be conniving with one another? You, maybe?
Objection.
These two statements clearly contradict each other.
Good gracious, to what two statements do you refer, Counsel?
If you could put down your corn for a moment, jury number 5. Oh, you mean me? You've pointed out that it's wrong to make an accusation without evidence, but the accusation that the waxwork model was inside the second bird cage on the day in question is not without supporting evidence, as the defense demonstrated to the juror sitting beside you. Oh, is that right? Would it be fair to say you didn't follow the argument? I don't understand much besides Colonel Culp, to be honest. Of course you don't.
If I could interject here.
Please do, sir.
Now that this assertion of yours about the waxwork has been backed up by some solid evidence, it would be wrong of me, as a man of science, not to pursue the matter further.
What about Castlevania? What's happening, wristwatch? Give me the deets. Oh, well, me too, then. Sorry? If this brainy gentleman says he's right, then he must be. See, I wouldn't dream of going against Colonel Culp, but anyone who's got stuff in between the ears. Ooh, a new Castlevania game. Cool. I've never played Castlevania. Success! If you can call it that.
Thank you, Counsel. That will do. As a result of the summation examination, the jury's overall leaning has changed. 2 jurors now called guilty, with against 4 who call not guilty. Accordingly, the court has failed to reach a consensus at this time, and the trial must continue.
We did it! Oh, well done, Mr. Naruhodo. Another wonderful victory. Oh, a Dead Cells DLC. Aw, damn, that does suck. That's unfortunate.
A waxwork of the despicable professor, used as a body double for the victim in this quite extraordinary case. I must say, it's extremely hard to believe the assertion could possibly be true. However, it would appear that it does at least warrant further investigation.
It's the waxwork of the professor that links Mr. Drebber and Dr. Sithe. And I'm convinced how there's a special significance to that link.
I don't know what you're hoping to prove, lad. I really don't.
Marble Snap wins Best Mobile Game? Wow, it hasn't even been out that long. The truth, sir, by using evidence and testimony.
If the court is to delve deeper into the alleged involvement of the waxwork in this case, then the prosecution calls for the owner of the model to be summoned as a witness. Let's fucking go!
I was so excited for this. The moment I was thinking about the waxwork, I was like, let's bring her into court! Please, for the love of all that is good and holy, bring it to me. Oh, yes, I need to grab that. Luckily, it's all of December, so I should have time. Anyways.
The owner?
Oops, wrong button.
Madam Two Spells.
Thank you for the bonk. It is well deserved.
Look, you give me a nice hot witch. I'm a little bit weak, alright? I really thought that Lord Van...
thank you for the junk.
Lord Van Zykes would object to this whole line of inquiry.
Very well, I concur. Make arrangements for Madame Two Spells to appear as a witness with immediate effect.
Listen carefully, my learned friend.
Oh yeah, Biomune, I need to play that too. Get the channel points ready for the hard eyes, motherfucker. Oh, yes?
You should know that you're on the brink of opening Pandora's box.
What's Vampire Survivors? I don't know what that is.
The court shall now adjourn for 45 minutes. During that time, the prosecution will summon the new witness and prepare her for taking the stand.
Madame Two Spells, yes. I shall see to it at once, my lord.
Save your current progress. Oh, a Valiant Hearts mobile game. Valiant Hearts was depressing. Incredibly so.
October 24th, 11:53 a.m. The Old Bailey, Defendant's Antechamber. Oh, the Knight Errant himself.
Oh, have you been watching from the galley, Mr. Sholmes?
I've been on the edge of my seat the entire time. Courtroom trials are fascinating affairs. As a spectator, at least. I'm glad you've been enjoying yourself.
Returnal's coming to PC? I have that game. I have not started it.
God, I have so many games to play.
I have to ask. What on earth is going on? It makes no sense. What's this professor business all about? He doesn't look like any professor I've ever met before. Who even is he?
Of course. You were in Germany already 10 years ago. Yes, the professor. When I discovered he was the one who had been abducted, a sense of foreboding stirred within me. But who knew the monster would come knocking at your door? My heartfelt sympathies! As it turns out, Lord Van Zykes is even more intimately tied to this case than any of us realize, isn't he? Yes, how true. His great friend from university in the dock?
And now a waxwork of the killer who took his esteemed brother's life makes an appearance too. I imagine even the shrewd Mr. Reaper felt as if he received that kick in the teeth. An extraordinary move on your part, my dear fellow, to throw that in front of the man.
You make it sound deliberate. I can't help feeling that this professor case is really very puzzling.
Oh yes, in what particular manner?
What's an expert? What? You people are confusing me over there. And we only have 20 minutes. I want to at least see the wife again before we have to go raid Caden. Well, there's Mr. Drebber, Dr. Sithe, and Lord Van Zykes. It seems that everybody in the trial has a link to the case somehow. Yes. In fact, I alone am not a member of the set. Though that leaves me as an empty set, all alone with no intersection to any other. Bad luck.
Excuse me.
Ah, hi! Hi, Doctor. Hi, how you doing? Had a good day. Hope you're doing well, Doctor. No hard feelings, right? You still on for coffee, tea, maybe some dinner? No. Guys, I don't think she's gonna date us after this. Dr. Sithe!
Oh, Dr. Courtney Scythe, née Stevens. Good day to you. Hello, Sholmes. That was very shrewd of you. What in particular, pray? You requested that 10-year-old autopsy report from Gregson, didn't you? Why would you assume such a thing? Because Gregson told me. To think it's been 10 years. 10 years in the laboratory, wielding my scalpel. I smell of nothing but corpses and disinfectant.
A policeman on the jury had a lot to say about you as it happens, Dr. Sithe. And I've accused you of being complicit in what happened. I'm hoping that you'll take the stand and tell the truth about what really happened.
That certainly won't be possible.
What? What do you mean that won't be possible?
Lord Van Zykes won't be summoning me as a witness. Lord Strongheart has forbidden it.
What? Hello? Excuse me? That's bullshit? Lord Strongheart?
The Pandora's box you are warned about is the Professor's case. But please don't make the mistake of thinking you'll get any information about it out of me.
But attempting to hide from the truth. That's cowardice!
I've always fought crime in the way that I see fit. I have no regrets, none at all. And that's all I came here to say. So, good day to you.
Okay. What if, we're pretty sure at this point that Odie Osmond was the professor. What if that she didn't purposely declare his death incorrectly? It was like, he did survive, she didn't notice it, blah, 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 maybe she failed. Either way, he's free. The Wolf Among Us 2, finally! Dear God! It's been so long. Where was I? Excuse me. Well, as I was saying, he got up, he walked away, he escaped, whatever, blah, blah, blah. What do you mean, wait, no? Don't say you were wrong. God damn it. Hellboy! What? Hellboy's getting a Telltale game? Anyways, sorry. Trying to focus. She wants, and so this whole thing. It still doesn't make sense. Never mind. I'm also fine with that Hellboy being a Telltale game. That sounds cool. She mentioned it too. This Pandora's box. Whatever does it all mean?
There's really no cause for concern. I assure you, when the trial resumes, the meaning will become all too apparent, whether you'd like it to or not. Huh? Now then, I believe it's almost time. I must make my way back to the public gallery. The edge of my seat awaits. Hellboy, web of weird.
I think maybe you're enjoying yourself a little too much here, Sholmes.
Ah, yes, one word of warning before I go. If in the course of this trial this afternoon you perceive even a shadow of doubt about the truth, don't let it out of your sight. Pursue it like a dog with a bone. To the bitter end, you understand? Do not falter, whatever may come to pass.
Valorant for best esport, fair enough, though I never played it.
Alright, I understand. Thank you. Good. I shall make myself scarce then. I purchased a buff caramel earlier, shall be gnawing on that as you gnaw away at the truth.
What did that warning from Mr. Sholmes really mean, I wonder? Especially the bit about whatever may come to pass. I guess we'll just have to find out, won't we, really, Inosuke? It's time for the final chapter, then. I'm determined to find the truth. No matter what.
October 24th, 12:40 p.m. The Old Bailey Courtroom. In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby reconvene the proceedings of this court. Counsels for the defense and prosecution, are you ready and able to continue?
The prosecution is ready, my lord. Yes, my lord. The defense is also ready.
As the court is aware, the case under our scrutiny began with a damaging incident at the Great Exhibition. Yet we now find ourselves embroiled in the details of a convicted felon who was sent to the gallows a decade ago. This trial has certainly defied all expectation.
That seems to be the fate of all trials in which this Nipponese is involved, my lord.
So then, let us begin our exploration of the defense's assertion that the Waxworth were causally involved in this matter. Lord Von Zykes.
Ooh. I still need to play Forbidden West, dear God.
My lord. Are we still awaiting the arrival of Madame Truspells?
Call of the Mountain.
Not at all. She is in the antechamber as we speak, and ready to be summoned. Very well. Bring in the witness.
At once, my lord. Bailiff, show Madame Truspells to the stand. Things are about to become a lot more intense. If Drebber is responsible, as I'm sure he is, it means he must have had an accomplice. And Dr. Sithe. And what connects the pair of them is the waxwork. Yes, the model of the professor. That's the key to the link between these otherwise unrelated individuals. It's a tenuous link, admittedly, but at present, it's all we have to go on. Mr. Sholmes? State your name and occupation for the court, please. Also, hello, wife. My name is Madame Esmeralda Truspells. I am a waxwork artisan and proprietress of the Madame Truspells Museum of Waxwork. You will have to pardon me for working as I testify. My new exhibit must open very soon. Alright, oh, thank you, Quizmaster. Oh, so he finally gets a statue, does he? Now, there are two of them in the world. Thank you for the bonk. Oh my, what expression is she carving onto that face? A number of days ago, a particular waxwork model was stolen from your museum. Can you confirm this? Oui, that is true. At first, we believed it had been kidnapped.
A waxwork model? Kidnapped?
Yes, my lord. There's a demand for ransom money left behind by the culprit. However, according to what I have just been told outside the courtroom, that was not the true reason. I understand it was utilized as a substitute for the body of a murder victim.
At present, that is no more than conjecture proposed by the defense.
Portal but photos?
This is the victim of the case in question, Mr. Odie Osman.
Please tell me you recognize this face.
But of course, I know him well. He is a part of my odious personages exhibit. I detest to say what is evident, but Mr. Osmond does not
Damn it. Damn it! What do you mean he doesn't... Fuck!
does not resemble the professor at all.
Yes, but perhaps their faces are very similar.
Are you suggesting that we should see now the damasked visage of the professor?
Yes, please, let's go.
I have here the key, but it's strictly forbidden to open the lock.
This is absurd.
Pardon?
I don't know what face you've carved onto your fancy figure beneath that mask, but clearly it won't be that of the actual killer. Indeed, the man's identity was never made public after all. The trial took place in a closed court. The proceedings were strictly confidential. The condemned man was summarily executed. His identity remains a closely guarded national secret. There is no possible way that the repository of tawdry exhibits could get its hands on that information.
Dommage. It would seem you are unaware of the Two Spells principles.
What principles?
The family Two Spells has always prided itself on sculpting its models à la perfection. À la perfection. Every detail, including the visage, is fashioned with complete fidelity, et voila, our principles. There is a well-known legend about the Two Spells waxworks from the time of the French Revolution. A member of the Two Spells family is said to have made a waxwork of the queen who was executed. Oui, that is true. It was a century ago now. I believe the queen's face was carved in the minutes following her death, actually at the guillotine site. You are correct. The model is on display still today in the House of Horrors. We Two Spells will stop at nothing to obtain a faithful replica of our subjects.
Dear me, a somewhat disturbing tenacity of purpose.
It is the only way that we obtain a truly lifelike representation of the subject. And it has been my family's secret for generations.
Do you mean to say that beneath that mask?
Oui, the true visage of the killer is there.
This is ludicrous. It's out of the question.
The professor spread terror throughout Great Britain. As a result, the Madame Tussauds special exhibit remains extremely popular even today. And the killer, emerging from his own grave, it is a sight to behold. You should come.
I think, madam, it would be beneficial to hear your formal testimony on this matter. You will explain every detail of this macabre model, and your personal involvement in its creation.
With pleasure. The Professor Waxwork. The special exhibit in the House of Horrors is based on a rumour that shook society in London. An impression of the visage that was taken directly from the corpse, in accordance with Two Spells' family principles. I enlisted the aid of the gravedigger and created a mold for the head in the cemetery just before the interment. I hid myself until he gave me a signal. I was there for a very long time that night. As dawn approached, I was very worried that I could be discovered.
What about Among Us? What you got?
The gravedigger? The man sanctioned this?
Oui. I would do all that is necessary to achieve the true resemblance my family is celebrated for. Nobody else knew. Only the gravedigger. What harm did it do, eh?
So you truly saw it? The face of that monster?
Naturally. I was aware at the time that his identity was a secret. But Two Spells would not be Two Spells if we did not insist on absolute fidelity to our sculptures.
I don't believe this. I myself have seen the special exhibit at your museum, madam. A truly blood-curdling scene in which the murderer is emerging from his own grave.
Hunt and seek? I love when they implement fan-loved game modes.
The scene at the Pigs was the subject of many rumors in London 10 years ago. I have here a newspaper from the time. The special exhibit was based upon the picture in this article.
Hold on! Hold on! Hold on! Hold the phone!
Excuse me.
Excuse me. What the fuck do you mean Mr. Asmon's name is on this paper? Hold the fucking phone. As Professor... tell me more. What the fuck? Okay, so Odie Asmon, not the professor. Theory dismissed. Why is his name showing up on this? Interesting. Interesting. The plot fucking thickens. I wish it would thin out a little bit. It's thick enough as it is.
It was the most detailed account of what happened, as reported by the eyewitness who saw it.
Man rises from the grave. It's too absurd for words.
Hold on.
Son of a bitch.
Now here's an interesting question. Does that match the contract we have? Shit, it does. Damn it. Journey 2? What do you mean Journey 2? What? There's a Journey 2? Are they different? They're not different. It's the same signature, damn it.
The public enjoy absurdity, monsieur. And that is why I reproduced the scene as carefully as possible in my museum.
It was after us, it's similar vibes. Ah, okay. It's a waxwork from that exhibit that was stolen some days before the incident at the Great Exhibition, wasn't it?
And that is correct. The professor you see above before you here.
Most puzzling. Counsel for the defense, proceed with the cross-examination.
This waxwork links Drebber to Dr. Sithe, and there has to be some reason for that, which hasn't yet come to light. But I'll find it. I'll get to the bottom of what really happened. I'll prove that Dr. Sithe and Drebber were in on this crime together.
Questions, questions. Looks like London. Corpse.
Okay. Is that true of every waxwork in the museum then? No, that's fine. We can do that. Although, to be fair, Tuspel is definitely one of those women who, I don't think she needs us to protect her. She seems she's terrifyingly capable of protecting herself. She almost melted Sholmes down with the boiling cauldron of wax.
This, assuming the subject is dead, of course. And live subjects have to cooperate in a similar way. I have letters from imprisoned criminals all the time, you know.
What sort of letters?
When my time comes, please make a waxwork of me.
No!
My museum is famous, monsieur.
Fuck, I don't know French.
To be made into a waxwork is an honor. And for some criminals, a symbol of status even.
Because nothing says hardened criminal better than wax.
And it is thanks to one killer in particular that my museum has gained such popularity in London. I refer to the star of the special exhibit, of course, the professor.
Don't do this to me, Punisher. Don't. Stop. Stop, please. Don't give me... That's a hope that's impossible to achieve.
With form you claim to have captured by taking an impression from the actual corpse.
There are no exceptions to the principles of two spells.
Made of the gravedigger.
Hold it!
Surely that's illegal, isn't it? Everyone's best family game. It would seem the proprietress of this repository of novelties was blinded by monetary greed. It had nothing to do with money. The man is part of London's criminal history, and that is why I had to sculpt him, to record this history. Is the raison d'etre in his Tuspel's museum. But if the man was convicted in a closed court and sent for immediate execution, then surely nobody but the members of the judiciary present know the killer's true identity. I assure you, behind that mask is hidden the true face of the professor. Do you realize what you're saying? The professor's identity is a national secret. I understand. And now that the truth about this special exhibit has been revealed, it must perhaps close. Of course it will, as will your entire museum if you don't tread very carefully, madam. That could be another interesting chapter in the history of my family, I think, don't you? So 10 years ago, on the night of the professor's execution, you took a wax impression of his face from the corpse? Oui, exactamente. I hid myself until they gave me signal. I was there for a long time that night. Robo-Man being the professor? I don't think so. It's possible? It's actually not a bad idea. It's actually very much not a bad idea. Very well could be. I hadn't considered that. Because that also, like, why was he there? That's the question we haven't answered yet, is why was he there 10 years ago at the grave to see it open? That's a very good question. But Madame Tuspel's took a mask, like, she still says that she's still claiming that she, like, did it from... What do you mean Kaden in Street Fighter 6? What? Hold on. What? Buff Lady? Buff Lady. Awesome. I don't play fighter games though, but if I did. Anyways. You were there longer than you expected to be? I had some difficulties in capturing the subject's form correctly. As I removed the mask, the mouth of the cadaver fell open and I had some problems with the chin. See, she's claiming, though, that he was dead when she took the mold. That's... dare I ask? The man had been dead for a short while already, you see. His muscles were relaxing and consequently his chin would not align itself correctly. Oh dear, what a horrible thought. Under normal circumstances, I would have an assistant with me. However, that night I was alone, and as a consequence, I missed my preferred window of time. What do you mean? When I take the impression of the visage of a cadaver, I always wait until 3 hours after death. Why 3 hours? Is that amount of time significant? Rigor mortis, my dude. Hi, Maya. We'll be finishing up soon while we wait for Kaden to come back. Hydrate, will do. It is because of rigor mortis. Also say hello to Witchwife. Wriggly Mortis? It's the name given to a phenomenon that occurs in recently deceased bodies. As a rule, 3 hours post-death, the muscles in the body begin to stiffen. By approximately 10 hours post-death, the entire body is completely rigid and inflexible. And then, from that point on, the muscles slowly start to revert to their relaxed state. Wax play mommy? Wax play mommy! I mean, you're not wrong. Can she be mommy if she's a year younger than me? Is that possible? I'm okay with that. I just need to know. For science. The effect is often used to estimate the time of death when a body is discovered. Well, that was an education, if a slightly scary one.
She can still be mommy if she's younger than me? Fair enough.
As the mademoiselle says, rigor mortis commences 3 hours after death, and it starts in the jaw.
Let's see. Is state of mind not an age? That's fair.
I see. So that's why you wait. Before that time, the mouth falls open, and it is very difficult to do my work.
Ugh. It's getting hard for me to do my work with all this talk of corpses.
I wonder about that information the courts just heard from Madame...
It's significant. I'm gonna call that significant. The time of death was not midnight. The information about rigor mortis that you just shared with us. Would you mind including it in your formal testimony? I believe it could be significant, you see.
Confirmed at midnight, 17th of June. Of course, I do not mind at all.
I can't help feeling that after this latest topic, the atmosphere in the courtroom has become extremely grave. This is no time for jokes, Mrs. Sato.
Martin, kindly amend your testimony as discussed.
Bien sûr. Bien sûr. It took me a very long time because it was for the onset of rigor mortis.
Let's get some more information there.
Rigor mortis being the phenomenon you described, whereby the corpse becomes stiff after death.
She's deathly serious. Moving on.
I think you said that it starts at the jaw, about 3 hours post-death, is that right? Oui, c'est ça. Of course, the exact duration depends a little on the season.
I didn't realize a waxwork artist would be so well versed in the subject.
No, that is only elementary knowledge in the field of legal medicine.
Well, I had no idea about it, but maybe I won't admit to my ignorance about forensic science. Al Pacino? What about Al Pacino? What is going on in those VGAs? Okay, we're moving on.
I could ask my father to give you a very simple primer if you like.
I think corpses should be your domain. I'm not good with them.
Oh dear, I'll do my very best.
As dawn approached, I was very worried that it could be discovered. Okay, therein becomes the problem.
It took me a visit an onset of rigor mortis. Al Pacino, I think he's an actor, if I recall. Very famous actor.
Okay, let me think. Wait a second. Hold on. Hold the phone. Hold the goddamn fucking phone here for 1 moment. Wait a second. Hold on. Question for the chat and for everyone. Question in general. Because if she was there with the body the whole time, all night, up till dawn, how the fuck did this happen? Because this happened that night. We know that it didn't happen, but that's the point. It took me a very long time for the one rigor mortis. Also note Mr. Drebber, what about him? Under the photo? Mr. Drebber's dreadful encounter. Yeah. Charles Darwin to receive Copley Medal. Parliament to finally address the foul issue. Mad Sheep Rampage. And Odie Osmond. Yes, we already saw that part. Turn of the Dead of Night. At Logate Cemetery, just behind the prison. On the night of the foul demon's execution, the nearly interred professor forced off his grave cover. Confidently lives young man who was on the verge of his streak. The young man then finally released the scream and holding and ran for his life. University student who experienced this shocking event is Mr. Enoch Drebber, disciple of science at the University of London, and a resident of its student dorms. Oh, Caden's live? Cool. As soon as she's off the starting soon screen, we're going to rate her. So this seems like a good part to go ahead and stop. Thank you all so much for joining me today. Hope you all enjoyed it. This is wild. What the fuck is happening? There's so much going on in this game. Yeah, thank you all for joining me. Let me go ahead and hit this. One of these days, I swear Stream Elements will get a sub, but I don't want to be the one to do it. Anyways, moving on. Yeah. But yeah, let's see here.